Testing, testing, 1, 2. Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
And there's one more, sorry. There's one more test. I grabbed that.
Yeah. Having. Yes.
Testing 1 2, mic check. Testing 1 2.
Well, I'll be, you see, for the grand channel, is that we're having each other, back in place now. I'm like, no, yeah. Yeah, no, they were. Yeah. Right, are we ready?
I thought it was best I told you.
Yeah.
So that's. Well,
Maybe everybody thought that. Generally. Just keep me high.
Let's see some of that.
I want you to.
How are you? Good, good to see you. I met you. I want to know.
I believe that.
Yeah, but we go. Good to see you.
Actually, so we can use it like. We just. Yeah, that's awesome.
How do you think? Yeah. Why that? Generally, all that.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
That's why we get. Well, that's but when I was going through that, I didn't know the feature or stuff was getting. Yeah, I'm sorry, you don't need that. Something's going on. It's not hard to say this. By the way, I understand. Well, don't say that. I don't think I just heard that. Something came up. Nobody.
Capture. Very by itself, so that one is hard. And matching that.
So I do have to say.
Each person will say by yourself.
Work, why you say? Like, I would. I know the.
How are you doing?
They try to.
Yeah.
That's our phone, I already know.
Oh. Absolutely.
Right. Oh, yeah, the. But, oh. People out there. You got that shirt set again. That always go back. Yeah, that's what about you? I figure, you know, tell with me in this session. Other remedies, maybe some, you'll stand or somebody that doesn't. No, I don't think it's. Somebody already. I did live, learn how to be. You're growing up on a farm, I'm always like, growing, you know, to the fact. I didn't live that way, but, yeah. Yeah, how was the son? That's the solution. Which is like our thought, is it over now? And 9-1. I had already walked last year. So he's there. But I heard about saying. I have a baseball, you know, person. I'm talking about. Yeah, she never usually. Yeah, I'll stop. Yeah, first. Yeah. Now we got more safety issues. Yeah. So. My dad said you can home farm. It's the. My cousin. Barbie is there also. Yeah. That's, well, sorry. Yeah, well, that is that, but one, two, and I know he's over. All of them complicated, wonderful, but. Right. We have to. We don't have the woods. So it's gotta get the simple level. Five or six sections. That's sweet. Now, I will say, what do you think? I go up there. I never feel like that. The eyes and there's some people. I don't know her. It was pretty small. I said, black stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Great clay, first dog, so we had no now. But soil and they hold they were all about on the hill, tile, and the other tile. That's what you gave them change. And I tell one.
And, it didn't want to be until, today is gonna be a lot of like speeches and introductions. I don't know if you got, the agenda, but, and then we'll do lead science. So you can just kick back and relax.
I want to see how the whole thing works. So, it's fascinating.
And that people will.
It's like a free, it's like a free flow. One of our street plans.
I mean, the regional programs, we do try to, we have, you have a strategy. Sounds good.
then like, where's this right? We did, you know, if I could, I started this. So, September. Yeah, you know, that was our, when we sure had to do more runners. Thanks, that's right. Whatever we find, the other day. Well, and I'm trying to help you, we'll say. It's right, but. My birthday's on 82. Vegas did now the age of myself, but you price it. So, yeah, always, we have, you know, we really don't. That market up in. Yeah, it's a little behind. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You need to. Our biggest sale for us is. So, all our meetings were right. Yep. Right, working drive. Yep. Well. Well, but. But it's special, you know, they have, the show was there, was that show that. We wish, I think it's, that they would have changed. But like, well, it's just so. People outside there. Those guys. Only way, but then 32,000. That's why. If we make something later on. Hopefully, I said too. It's not because it's switched over to the job description of us. It's much of it's together. That's all long on the real course of my sister works at that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I can say. We don't have. I like it. It's just so yeah, I'm feeling. I Oh, and then you go down to those girls. So you get the chance. You never got there. Yeah. My God, that's what. So now he's going through the thing. So you got. So you were raising us to get some tall. Those years. I don't know what's the road just. Things they do is.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So. We have a lot of. So that would be. So, yeah. So that's the. This you will not make the car in the stage. Well, I know that it's here. So it's really. But they had. I think unfortunately, it's that. But it's right. Oh, yes, you know, Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Doris Sunstrong. I hear you. How are you? Good to see you. Oh, Nicole.
Yes. Yeah, it does make a difference. And then the other. So then I wonder. And then they just. Yeah. That's why it's first, you know. We had everyone wanted, Michael Gibson's name. Always. Change of size. It's okay.
Which one has a meeting last year? Still, and then the. Are you seeing Marcelo?
Yeah.
Same flight? Mhm. What family you got, right?
Well, that's what
Yeah. It was like almost 7, but however, I reached right. Yeah, he's like, okay. Don't make so much. Yeah, yeah, Dan Brainerd, Simon. Yeah, they were the ones that included you. And you were. Yeah, that's what you said, like. Not much more. Yes. Oh, that. No, it's expensive. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that's subjective rushing because I'm in that one. So it's like I told him like I wanna do 2B that is like solar dream like and I really and then he's like, oh, if you end up doing this, he always me like, hey, but it's yeah. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah. Yeah, they are opening more. Routes. Let's start riding. Yeah, they have a lot. I have. Yeah, so this goes. Of course, it's like you can apply as many projects as you want. Maybe because people were getting so many, they just people apply one vaccine, one extension. So I can apply to all, each one of them. Yeah, this, I need maximum 50 a year, up to 2 years. So it's good money. So let's see, it was like in your first year, probably if you apply to 4 years, and there's 50, so I'm gonna apply to 4. Then I can like 1,000. Yeah. It's like a sailing kind of because it's the capital. So, it's a lot of people, more traffic, like people driving like crazy. The roads are, not well maintained. But where the campus is, it's perfect. Like that's the best part. I have I have something. But I'm starting to you weren't there. Yeah. Yeah, also. Like what? 100? Yeah. Wait, are there wild? So it wasn't I think last question. Everything wrong. Right. That's it.
Good morning, good morning. We're about to start. So please take a seat. All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 IR4 Food Use Workshop in the beautiful city of Denver, Colorado. Welcome. It's so nice to see so many of you here today and such a diversified group from researchers, commodity groups, and government agencies and registrants, product manufacturer, you name it, we have it here, all united with the same goal or of helping specialty crop growers gain access to pest control tools and strategies that can help them grow their crops successfully. It is here at the Food Use Workshop that residue, product performance, and integrated solutions priorities are nominated so that we can ensure that the growers' needs line up with the research we are going to work on for the next couple of years. For those who don't know me, my name is Alice Axtell. I am the Research Planning Manager for the Food Crop Program, and I also lead the Integrated Solutions platform. Just like my peers over here, I am located in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is where the IR4 office, headquarter office is placed. And I'll be helping moderating this event over the next couple of days. Next slide, please. So here we are, day one of the Food Use Workshop. And out of curiosity, by raise of hand, who is new to this event today? Wow, that's a good number. Well, we all hope that you'll find the event an enjoyable experience, but most importantly, we hope you'll find it a valuable experience for yourself and the growers you represent today. Now, take a minute to look at the picture here on the screens. This picture reminds us what this is all about. Vegetables, fruits, spices, herbs, nuts, all products that end up on our tables on a daily basis across the world. And behind each of these products, there is a grower that is in need of safe and effective pest control tools to continue to provide people with affordable, abundant, and healthy food. And that's why we're here today, to make sure that the research priority we select line up with our growers' needs. Next slide, please. I'd like to share a couple of numbers with you, starting with a study that was conducted by the Michigan State University Center for Economic Analysis in 2022. According to the study, IR4 contributes $6 billion to the U.S. gross domestic product. And in 2022 alone, IR4 helped raise specialty crop sales by $4.3 billion. These are not small numbers. And as a reminder, for those of you who don't know, IR4 has helped register more than 20,000 new uses since it was established in 1963 by the US Congress with the support of the USDA and land-grant universities. And these accomplishments were able just thanks to people like you who take the time to join us at the Food Use Workshop and help us make choices that will help us shape IR4's research plan for the future years. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here and share your expertise and for contributing to today's and the next day's discussions, which again, will help us shape IR4 research plan for the future. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank our wonderful sponsors, It is thanks to their contributions that we are able to host this event and tonight's reception. But most importantly, we value this partnership and we really appreciate seeing their consistent support of their specialty crop community. So again, we thank you all for providing this generous donation to the organization. Next slide, please. Okay, let's look at the agenda for today. We'll start the day with some key guest speakers who will share some meaningful updates today with us. We plan on having a break at around 10 o'clock and then break out for lunch at 12. Lunch will be served in the Cripple Creek Ballroom just outside this room to the right. And lunch will then complete at about 1:30 p.m. At that point, we'll ask you to come back promptly so that we can start discussing the Wheat Science project. That session will wrap up at around 5 p.m. And then we'll follow up with a reception from 5:30 to 7:30, which will be a great opportunity for us to mingle with our fellow attendees, network, continues this discussion in a more informal setting. But most importantly, it will be an opportunity for us to honor Dr. Jerry Barron, who is preparing to retire at the end of the year after well above 40 years of service. So please consider joining us tonight. Next slide, please. We have a couple of simple rules that applies to those of you attending in person. Those rules help us run the event fluently, effortlessly, so that everybody can get the best out of it. We ask you to be mindful of time, so watch the clock so that we can cover all the topics on the agenda. We ask also that you ensure that everyone has the opportunity to contribute. We understand that you all have different backgrounds and bring in different perspectives, so we ask that you give ideas a fair hearing and embrace those ideas with an open mind. And last but not least, if you plan on joining via Zoom, that's okay too. Just please make sure to stay muted throughout the event so that the sound stays clear for everybody. We have a few and simple rules for those of you attending virtually. We ask you to list your name correctly on Zoom so that we know who is joining. And we also ask you to stay muted throughout the event unless you have a question or a comment. If you don't know how to do those things, we have some useful resources on our website under the Food Use Workshop webpage. And in your interest, our chat moderator can add the link to the chat for your own convenience so that you can have direct access to those resources. If you have a question or if you want to make a comment, please type Q in the chat box, and then our chat moderator will call out your name so that you can, at the appropriate time, so that you can ask your own question or make your own comment. Lastly, please be aware that this workshop is very fluid and the schedule can be subject to adjustments. Don't worry, we got you covered. We'll make sure to send you notifications via email, so make sure to check your email inbox regularly. With this being said, I want to introduce the very first key speaker of the day, Dr. Matt Hengel, IR4 Project Management Committee Chair. Welcome, Matt.
I guess I need to get another shirt because I'm wearing the same darn shirt. Anyway, good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Hengel. I'm with the Western Region out of UC Davis. I am the chair of our project management committee. Again, I'd like to welcome you all to, it's hard for me to say the word Denver because, you know, I'm a Raider fan. What are you going to do? Anyway, I want to apologize up front to Todd because I'm going to borrow something from you. Did you know this will be Jerry's last food use workshop, last one. So, you know, when we have to close something out, we have to decommission a site, whether it's a lab or a field research center, things like that. So we have to make sure everything is done. I's are crossed, T's are dotted, other way around. We got to do all that. So before Jerry goes, you know, there's 40 years of stuff that Jerry might have to fix. There's a lot of findings for Jerry that he needs to figure out. So I know you don't have that much time left, but I think you can get through all of these before you retire. So, all right, there was my cheesy joke for the morning. I will clean all that up. It was actually, I had to dig out if we still had Z-fold paper in the lab. So anyway, I don't want to go on too long. We got a lot of stuff to do today. Excited for everybody to be here. We're looking forward to the scrum that we have when we go through and kind of pour everything into that pot to come up with all these good priorities for our growers. So let's have a good workshop, everybody.
I am delighted now to introduce our next key speaker, Dr. Jerry Barron, who will share some important updates about IR4, recent challenges, new initiative, and directions ahead. Welcome, Jerry.
Well, thank you and good morning. I'm glad I didn't wear that shirt. So anyways, a lot of mixed emotions, you know, a lot of bittersweet to be here, but we all have a job to do and we've always done it. That's been the DNA of this program. So with that said, let me get into this one. So who's doing the, okay, next please. Okay, so food program, 2025. Wow, look at those numbers. 3 registrations, 3 new tolerances. When you compare to 2024, 2023, those numbers are significantly different. Last time we had numbers that level was right after the Food Quality Protection Act was passed, and EPA basically had a lot of work to redefine how they were going to do things, and they didn't basically do things for about a year. This is not abnormal in the sense is right after a new administration takes hold, not totally nonpartisan, Republican, Democrat, they basically shut down all new regulations. You don't see anything for a while. What's maybe a little bit different this year is the length of time this is extended and how these new uses have not started kicking in and it's not started to come out. And I think it's just a matter of fact of the EPA people having to dot a few more I's, cross a few more T's, get approval to get things out. But I can safely say is we have very limited chance of getting up to our average the last few months of this year. So it's a down year. Industry is having some of the same challenges. While there's been a few new registrations for a few products here and there, the pipeline has not been coming out with more and more. I guess on the good side of things is we continue to submit the same number of new tolerance petitions. So our throughput to EPA continues to be the relatively same number, but obviously we're not getting anything out the tail end. Next, please. Well, I said this already, the new president moratorium, why it's happening. The other aspect or some of the other aspects is Office of Pesticide Programs, the group that we work with within EPA. They lost a significant number of highly experienced and talented employees. There was a lot of knowledge base walking out there that could work things through. All of a sudden, they're no longer there. Perfect example is last year at this meeting, Nancy Fitz was here as the minor use team leader. Nancy retired at the end of the year. There's been a group of people within the minor use team that have tried to keep Nancy's job going on, but they have other responsibilities. And you only have so much time in each day, and they can only do so much, and they're doing their best. But when you had a dedicated person to, the IR4, and now you're splitting it up among many people, it's very difficult. We're also seeing the pollinator data gap really impacting a lot of our actions. And this is sort of a, I don't know what's the right wording to say. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. EPA has basically said that they are wanting to see tiered approach pollinator safety data. But they've not issued DCIs. The companies have not started this data because they haven't received a DCI. But even though they haven't received a DCI, EPA is still saying is, well, we don't have a path forward towards registration because we need this data. So it's one of those things that's held up a lot of actions. And then we also have an issue with companies. And I guess maybe this is a tad on the good news side. Look for something positive, but there has been some ESA actions occurred, Endangered Species Act, and activities have made certain chemicals in compliance with the act. That's great. But now some of the companies don't want to take that compound, which is already in compliant with the ESA, out of compliance. In other words, is they weren't going to get sued by some third-party group, but if we add a new use, say arugula, you may get subject to a suit again. So it's one of those things that's it's been a holdup. Next, please. EPA continues to do the stoplight analysis of projects that we are going to review, or many of them we're going to review over the next couple of days. Here's some quick observations. The lack of pollinator protection data, has triggered many chemicals to be classified as yellow, which basically means caution, or something they've been using the last few years is they've put out a new color, orange. And orange basically means is we're not going to micromanage you by telling you you can't do anything on it, but boy, we're sure giving you a pretty strong warning that don't go down that pathway because it doesn't look good. So appreciate EPA giving us that little area of a place where we could actually potentially do a project, but there's a lot of significant warnings on it. So basically is when we're seeing orange, unless it's a death-defying, that's all we have, we can't do anything else. And guess what? We can figure out how to mitigate some of EPA's concerns. We shouldn't be doing orange. And that would probably be about 99% of the oranges. Human pathogen disease resistance is one that keeps popping up. And you don't see those on this list because they're red. And if they're red, that means is we do not have the potential to get a waiver from PREA fees. Basically, EPA is telling us it's not any path forward, so you're not going to see them. We're also seeing compounds that have been defined by EPA's definition of as a PFAS, and those are also red. Again, you're not seeing them on this list because of, there's no path forward. As far as neonics go, there's not been really any changes. And maybe one little positive is bifenthrin, which, for a while had been pretty down there for a while, high risk up and all that one is now green. So that's a little bit of good news. Next, please. Well, we've actually integrated something new this year is, we've been predominantly using this stoplight analysis that EPA provides us just for our residue studies. And it's based on the Pesticide Registration Improvement Act fee waiver. This hasn't changed, but what we're going to do new this year is we want to highlight chemicals that need only efficacy and crop safety data, and the pesticide is classified as red. So in the past, we ignored the reds for efficacy and crop safety testing. We've ignored the reds maybe in integrated solutions projects. We're feeling is based on what we're seeing is these projects should be paused. we should take a long and hard look if we're going to do any more work on these products until this regulatory questions clear up or the product goes away. So you'll see that one. The reason why we did not make this mandatory is there are certain cases when something may be classified as a red chemical by EPA, but there's opportunities to help get the use through. So for example, it may be something where the tolerance is already there and we're adding a new pest to the existing label. That's maybe something that is doable. So we're going to have to be very strategic about these when we see the efficacy and crop safety projects and they're red, which ones to do, which ones not to do. Next, please. Some quick updates. So some changes for this year. Well, the project clearance request deadline was moved to July 1st, 2025. This was a 30-day change this year. This change was to accommodate requests that we've received from multiple companies and for allow EPA to do the timeline a little bit earlier or the stop line analysis a little bit earlier. So we made that change. We want to thank you for living with this change. I know it's like right smack dab in the middle of research season. People have a lot of things going on. You may not have all your data. Well, we know you don't have all your data together, but it's something that it was multiple requested. Just because we have the deadline of July 1st doesn't mean you can't submit. That portal for submission of new request is open 24/7, 365 days. So if you want to do it on late night on your birthday, you can. But anyways, submit those requests, but we do appreciate you working with us on this deadline because we do recognize it was tough. This year, this group here today are going to have 35 new residue study priorities. If you have been to previous ones, that number had been higher. One thing that we've eliminated this year, and please bear this in mind when you're setting your priorities over the next couple of days, is we have paused the priority upgrades and regional upgrade process. It's paused. There's not going to be an opportunity like we've called out in the past, the safety net, to upgrade projects and have these projects added on. So what we leave at the end of the day on Thursday when we break is what our research program is going to be for 2026. Why, you ask? Well, the savings are redirected to our laboratories to get caught up on laboratory analysis. Over time, we've fallen behind with our residue analysis. There's a lot of projects that are in backlog stage, and I think that's on number 7 on that list of things to clear up. There's a lot on that backlogs that we need to clean up. We're engaging contract research labs to do some of this catch up. And, once again, we feel that once we catch up, we'll be in good shape. We potentially could be adding these back, but at this moment in 2026, they're not on the table. So again, bear that in mind as you're making your priorities this week. There are 5 national and 4 regional integrated solutions priorities. And this, again, is the evolution of the rebooting of the program or the platform that OHA has been leading over the last year or so. So the numbers are down. The numbers are down not necessarily because of money. We're keeping the same amount of money in this particular area, but they're down because we want to be able to put more resources into these projects and make them worthwhile. Make projects that make a difference, just not projects that are run-of-the-mill, same old, same old. Next, please. So just a quick listing for those keeping score at home. We're going to be assessing 249 projects for residue and efficacy and crop safety. 91 are herbicide, 89 are insecticides, and 68 fungicide. So think about that, 248 potentials, 35 actuals. We have a lot of cutting to do. We'll assess 86 projects for integrated solutions. You can see the breakout 9, 34, and 43 respectively for herbicides, insecticides, and fungicides. So if you think we have a lot of cutting to do in the residue, we really got a lot of cutting to do in the integrated solutions area. Probably the bottom line is expect tough decisions. This will be a very tough discussions over the next few days because we do have limited resources and we have a lot of needs out there. So it's not to say some of these needs aren't worthwhile. It's just saying is our resources are less than ideal and we're trying to make the best as we can. Next, please. So just couple things. So in prepping for this one, I just wanted to bring some fun facts. So IR4 has been around since 1963, but the actual first food use workshop was in September 1981. So believe it or not, that was before I was with IR4, so I wasn't there. I was also out of diapers, so that was the first one. The most common venues have been St. Louis and Orlando. Many of the first ones were in St. Louis, and then we moved to Orlando for a while. But here's probably where it gets back, because the first meetings were a 3-day meeting, 1 day for each discipline. How many of you were at one of those? Okay. Yeah, there's a few old school people that were at them. Those used to be fun because, we would have battles each day and battle royale each day. And I remember, Mike, was it you getting in the center of the ring and doing a wrestling match, or was someone else? Yeah, okay. But yeah, it was. Tropical crops were prioritized outside of the workshop, so we never had Wilfredo and James coming. We would always do it by conference call then. But tropical crops were then just allocated a set number of priorities, and we would go from it by the small caucus. Certain crops such as hops, mint. Steve, you wouldn't have to come. Cranberries, you all had entitlements as well, and you would just come back and tell us what was the most important one, and we would go for it. Well, we made some changes over time, and I think it's on the next slide. You can go in there. Yep, thank you. We revamped the process in early 2000s. Where is he? I know he's here somewhere. Kunkel. You remember what year we did that revamp? No, what year? Yeah, of the priority setting process. Nah, wasn't there. We still had 3 days there. Okay, so your memory is as good as mine. Okay, well, hey, 2002. I'll thank you, Mika. I believe it. So yeah, we revamped the process during that time frame, and during this revamping of the process, we established nominations, which allowed us to focus our time at this meeting on projects that mean the most to the people here. So we have a lot more projects than the 248 that we're going to be looking at. We have a lot more, but those are the ones that we really want to spend our time focusing on. We also did was eliminated the side meetings, the allocations, entitlements. They were all eliminated. So that meant that Steve had to come to the workshop, Wilfredo had to come to the workshop, and we're better off for it because now everything is, we have the great knowledge of these people here, but now also everything's transparent and now they open here. And the workshop was shortened. So I think a lot of people like that. We were able to take it down from a 3-day meeting to a 2.5 day meeting. The first round is by discipline, and what that was meant to do was to go in there and look at say the 90 or so herbicide projects and just really focusing on the top ones there. It was supposed to be, the first round is supposed to be downgrade, and then the second round, we go by commodity and we actually get down to where the rubber meets the roads and we get to the allocated number. But one of the things we've been finding out in an observation is coming recently, there's been very few projects dropped in the first round. If you go through and you hear, keep that an A, keep that an A, keep that an A. Well, we spend a good part of a day and a half going through and all we're coming out was the same number we're going in, or maybe it's reduced by 10%. That's not really what we wanted. We wanted to be able to get down there and really focus our time on the projects and really need to have discussions. And we had some discussions with the regional field coordinators, and they brought up a very critical point. One of the reasons why a lot of these are not downgraded during the first round is because they don't know if the companies are going to support other projects, which may be more important. So if we had that information, you know, everything was either a go or no go as we go into it, we would be able to do better. Well, I think we have done better this year with the earlier deadline, the prompting of the companies. We have less undecided projects going into the first round. So with that said, please, there's no mandate here yet. You got to get down to 50%, but really think strongly. Do you really need 8 projects going from day 1 to day 2 for, I'll pick on you, Mike, for hemp? It's not going to happen. You're not going to get eight projects going through. So please be cognizant of that, you know, this is the time when you're really supposed to be efficient with our time and cutting down. Next, please. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. All right, go to the next one. All right, so I started talking about the backlog situation in our labs. Let me go a little bit more in depth. So our standard service analysis is, or standard service standard is analysis is complete and analytical summary report submitted with 1 year receipt of the last sample set. Anything greater than that 12-month is classified as backlog. Right now, over 50% of studies are classified as in backlog. What are the reasons? Well, we've had a lot of change-ups in our labs. A few years ago, the Michigan State University lab went down. More recently, the Wapato, Washington lab that's funded by USDA had not been taking on any new sample sets. The Tifton lab had limitations. We also have the Western Region lab going through seismic renovation. So this whole thing just continues to be the perfect storm and things just keep rolling and rolling on. Another thing that's changed is the enforcement by EPA for guidance storage stability data. So for many years, long time, we would receive the samples, we would spike the samples, and then we would go out and analyze the samples and go back. Well, EPA is now requiring, well, they've always required, they're now enforcing that we have a 0 day, so it's analyzed on the date of spiking, and a multiple point storage stability data, which does put a lot more work on the labs to get it right. And then IR4 culture, and I'll get to culture in a minute. As I mentioned before, we're engaging the services of contract labs to help get us out of this hole, but it is expensive. It's not the same price point as we have when we're using our internal labs. So we have to do this one, but we also want to do is to work smarter or be more strategic about how we do the storage stability. And a good case in point that's been said in the past is, well, if we're doing 3 different crops for one active ingredient and the storage stability sample needs are 16 months, but if you take that storage stability out for, say, for another 6 months, you would have a gold standard for a lot of other crops. So again, we have to think smarter about this one and being more strategic as we're doing this storage stability. So next, please. So let me talk about culture because that's what impacts here a little bit at this point. So I'm very proud to say that IR4 is very much grower centric. If a grower needs a tool, we do our best to figure it out. We need to keep this culture. This culture has kept us as a relevant program for the last 62, 63 years. But we also have to recognize that resources are not unlimited. Tough choices have to be made. And we're proposing some additional considerations for future food use workshops. So what are we proposing? And this is on page 16, this one. The degree of difficulty of a chemical should be considered when we're making decisions. So if we have two active ingredients and one is very simple analysis and one is a much more complex analysis, that should be considered as part of the picking of what projects we should take. We also have to look at how much effort is associated with each crop. So, you know, I use the example of hemp. Hemp is what, about 6 fractions? 9 fractions. We also do different extractions, one supercritical CO2 and the other one ethanol. So when someone takes on a hemp study, which is typically Matt, he's probably got enough work for about 3 or 4 different studies by doing one. So we have to tame that tiger, so to speak, and realize that we can't do a whole lot of hemp projects just because we don't have the resources to perform all this analysis. The other thing to realize is we've been proactive, and for that, let's pat ourselves on the back. We've been proactive of trying to assume that someday, somehow, that residues in extracted hemp, which could then be extrapolated to residues in extracted high THC cannabis, would be equal, and we would have the ability to extend tolerances from hemp to high THC cannabis, or maybe EPA would say they're the same. That's not happening anytime soon. And quite frankly, we don't have these resources to be proactive in this particular area. So we'll have to pull back a little bit on that one. And we'll discuss a little bit more about that. Next, please. Just a quick few words about environmental horticulture program. I know we all came here for the food program. Josh Kindle, I know he's here. Where is he? There he is. He joined us in earlier this year, May. He was a former vice president for Bodine. His background's entomology. He's got some experience in regulatory, including Central Life Sciences. He also does a little marketing too. So he's got many tools in his toolbox. So he's joined us. His primary task is preparing for the ornamental workshop, which comes up 7th and 8th in Kansas City. So we are looking forward to some new areas in this particular workshop because we've had excellent response to the grower and extension surveys. So you too will have a lot of tough decisions to make, which is a good thing. And just a little side point, same allocation for research in 2024. Next, please. This is, I hope I'm as wrong, but ARS currently does about 15 to 20% of the field and laboratory work for IR4. So our ARS cooperators. In 2024, the Administrator of Agriculture Research Service decided to cut funds for QA audits at the cooperative sites. They also eliminated the ornamental research at University of Maryland Eastern Shore. The bad news is they gave us a little bit of time and they may be able to come back and add up the QA funds, but they're definitely pulling back. The field research director at the ARS Salinas site is no longer doing field work for IR4. She has been thrust into a new role of being the primary card holder to pay ARS bills in the Pacific region. So for those who don't know, ARS people used to have a whole bunch of corporate cards. And when the new administration came in there, they pulled these corporate cards and each region has one person. Sharon Benson's doing that now for the Pacific region. So she's got a lot of things on her plate. The ARS Wapato Laboratory has not taken on any new residue samples since 2023. They've been there to catch up on the backlog. And the lead chemist is retiring in December. And we are decommissioning this laboratory and the laboratory is slated to close. But here's the last one is really the concern is the ARS hiring freeze, which continues to go on and on. It's there, it's real, and IR4 related positions are low priority when they finally do open the hiring area. So we are bracing. It hasn't happened fully yet. We will have ARS participation this year, but we are bracing for a time when ARS will not be part of the IR4 research infrastructure, which means is that the other funds from the National Institute of Food and Agriculture will have to cover the full research component. So again, maybe I'm wrong, maybe something will change, but it does not look promising at this particular point. Next, please. So let me talk a little bit about the NEFA funding. After a long delay, and when I mean long is we typically get the request for application in any given year released in February and March. This year it didn't come out to July 31st. So that was a significant time frame. It actually was finally released because the Friends of IR4 and the Commodity Liaison Committee got up on the Hill, were pinging people both in Congress and USDA to find out, what's going on there. So they released it. There was a very short response period. Normally it's 45 days. This year was truncated down to 14. And it got submitted in 7. And just a whole lot of kudos to Crystal back there and who arranged it all. It was all done in advance. And the grants people at NC State and the grants people at the regional offices that had their acts together, and we were able to turn this around real quick. The typical processing time for USDA is 4 months. Funds need to be released by September 30th, or they go back to the U.S. Treasury. So let's see, today is what, the 9th? That's not a whole lot of working days between now and the end of the month. So that's the news. That's the news that keeps you up at night. But to counter that news, I'll go to my reporter from Western Growers who has a up-to-date. Jonathan. Yeah, oh, you can come up here if you want to. So, John, let me back up and say Jonathan Sager from Western Growers has been very much involved of trying to break this thing loose and throughout. David Boudreau, who I think is online, also has. And last I heard that you had a meeting yesterday. So I anxiously wait to hear the outcome.
First of all, Jerry, excited for your next adventure and appreciate the history lesson for all of us today. Yeah, it was kind of fortuitous. Jerry keeps really close contact with those of us in DC, and you already mentioned David, and I hope he's able to join us virtually to give another update. But I think it was, Wednesday or Tuesday of last week that you sent us a note, and when Jerry hears something and gets nervous about something and loses sleep at night, he reaches out to his folks in DC and tries to pull some strings and make some things happen. It was very fortuitous that Western Growers CEO was in town that week, and I had arranged meetings for him to meet with some of the secretaries, including Secretary Rollins. So on Thursday, we had a meeting with Secretary Rollins. It was all about labor. That's another hat that I wear. Obviously another important issue that we deal with. But it was the stars kind of lined up because the chief of staff for the USDA was also in the meeting along with the chief of staff over research, who he wears two hats. He does labor, but he also does research and NIFA and IR4 funding. So I pulled him aside along with the chief of staff after the meeting and said, hey, there's a lot of people, a lot of interested stakeholders meeting next week to decide some of the priorities that we need for next year on IR4 and specialty crops. He's very familiar. His name is Ricky Schroeder, if you know him. He's a great guy. He's a Oklahoma State product, very trustworthy, knowledgeable guy coming from the House Ag Committee. So we know him very well. And I said, they've been waiting patiently for the RFP to come out. And almost immediately, once that came out, even though that was delayed, they got that to you as soon as they could. Now we're waiting for the actual money. We need it, and the timing is very short. I think at that point it was about 19 days out by my math. I said, we need some confirmation that it's happening. And then the chief of staff was right next to him, and he said, we're working on it. You should not be worried about it. It's coming. So that was very welcome news. And actually, on the way to the next secretary meeting, I texted Jerry in the cab and said, hey, no more losing sleep, Jerry. It's coming. So that was very good news, and happy to share that with you all today.
Thanks, John. David, do you have anything to add or?
Sure. Thanks, Jerry and Jonathan. Morning, everybody. As Jerry mentioned, we work with the Friends of IR4 coalition and are obviously very watching very closely what has happened here with the release of funds. And I had to kind of follow up on what Jonathan just shared. I had a virtual meeting this morning with the USDA staff who work, he mentioned Ricky. Haley works with Ricky in that office. And they both kind of report up to the secretary on everything related to crop protection, pesticide issues. And she kind of reiterated the same thing that Ricky just shared with Jonathan, that we have nothing to worry about. She said, reassure your folks that we're working on this. She didn't want to commit to a timing yet in terms of when you'll get the official letter confirming the funds have been released. She said, I don't want to promise it'll be in the next week, but she did say that phrase. So it's possible it'll come out here in the next week. And as you said, Jerry, there's not a lot of working days between now and the end of the fiscal year. But if I'm reading between the lines a little bit there, it sounds like you should hear something by the middle or toward the end of next week. So she reassured us that they're working on it and it should be finished soon. So that's good news. I know that's not how it normally happens for you all, and that's stressful, and it's challenging this year to have it kind of roll out that way, but it sounds like we'll have good news here coming here within the next week or so. She said if we have any follow-up questions here in the next couple of days, feel free to reach out again, and we can touch base with her one more time, especially if we haven't heard anything by middle of next week. So I'll stop there, see if there's comments or questions from the group.
Any questions on that? Okay. Well, thanks, David. Thanks, Jonathan. Okay. One more point before we go to the next slide is we get funding from multiple different sources, and one other source we get funding from is from the Hatch funds and through Ag Innovations, which is essentially the state ag experiment stations. We've been getting about $500,000 a year, and they too gave us a little haircut. And during the last round, they cut about $75,000 from the funding there. So that's another thing we're having to absorb, why some of these numbers are a little bit less. Next, please. Well, just let me wrap it up. Funding challenges, great stakeholder support. You heard from uh, uh, David representing the Friends of IR4, Jonathan, the CLC. You'll hear from Todd and many other CLC members who are in this group today. But I mean, they go out, they fight for us tooth and nail, whether it's in Washington or at the home districts. They're really out there thinking about our funding so we can do our job. So, but the while they're doing their job and while they're working very hard, the prospects of a funding increase via NEFA, I think we have to have realistic expectations over the next couple of years that it's probably not a good approach to expect more money from NEFA in the next few years. ARS involvement may diminish. Again, the reality of that is that we may not have these people doing projects, what we called as free for IR4, going forth in the future. The host institutions, whether it's, like NC State or UC Davis or UMES or Michigan State or Florida, they're facing some financial challenges as well. And because of that, they're reducing some of their in-kind contributions to IR4, and they're also asking for more money back and trying to find ways that they can fund their priorities. And, sometimes IR4 becomes in the mix, so to speak. Industry, our friends with industry are having some cutbacks, and, they're seeing it. Sales haven't been all that good in recent times. So, things are a little tough there. And while this is all happening, costs are increasing, so things get more expensive. So with that, something has to give, but what? So again, everything in life is about choices. Are we talking about fewer residue studies? Less product performance projects? Product performance projects tend to feed in what the future residue projects are. Reduce integrated solutions. Throw out the ornamental hoard. No. But these are some challenges we face, and they're going to be tough decisions. So how we go in the future, how do we survive? How do we continue to be a responsive, quality organization will be a challenge. Next, please. So the good news is it's not my problem. You heard from Matt and others that I'm leaving at the end of this calendar year. And I say that tongue in cheek, not my problem. It is my problem. And I've given the last 40 years for this project. So there's a lot of place in the heart, but there are recruitment, and the good news is they've had over 30 applications. It's sort of weird. We've done a lot of recruiting over the years that you would get almost all the candidates that came in there were qualified, and you had some dynamite people in there. So the search committee has identified 8 candidates for first level screening, and they've started their Zoom interviews. There's anticipation that they'll narrow the field down to 2, 3, 4 candidates for in-person interviews at IR4 headquarters in October. So they're making progress, and hopefully they'll be able to find a quality person to come on. We've had a monkey wrench thrown in this whole mix. Right now the expectation is I would be introducing to you the person that's going to be taking over the new executive director. That's why I made the announcement so early, so we would have plenty of time for recruitment and person. There would be some overlap. Well, what got in the mix is NC State put on I shouldn't say NC State, the whole UNC system put on an institutional hiring and salary caps. And so basically what it means is before you can hire someone new, you have to have someone leave. And that's what's happening with this particular position. When I leave in January, the new person can go ahead and start. So, it is made a little bit more challenging. We had, again, hoped to have a little bit of overlap, but we'll make do. Next, please. Just a couple of reflections. I won't take up much more time, but I just wanted to share a few thoughts. Go ahead and next. There's a lot to be proud of. So I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about everyone in this room and everyone who's been in one of these workshops over time, or everyone who's been in in the field or in the lab or working at headquarters. We've done a lot. We've got thousands of registration successes. And you look at the labels and you see what we've done, how we've given the growers the tools to have an option to solve their problems so they can stay in business and contribute to feeding the world, feeding America, as well as some economic drivers for rural economies. IR4 project contributes 8.97 billion to the annual gross domestic product. That's, you know, you said before, I like to use the tongue in cheek. That's not small potatoes. But it really is a lot of money that we contribute. We feed the world. The world's got access to processed and fresh fruits and vegetables. And it's the good stuff. It's the good stuff that the Making America Healthy Again documents are saying people should be eating more of. It's the stuff that, you know, that really drives some good community health. There's a lot of value added things we've done. We've done regulatory schemes that have helped the regulated community, specifically crop groupings, zone maps. And one of the areas that, you know, again, as a program we should all be proud of is we figured out how to work and play nice in the sandbox with our neighbors in Canada. And, you know, that has led to the development of the Modern Use Foundation. It's incredible some of the work that the foundation is doing now, above and beyond just residue studies. So, you know, again, IR4 as participants in the process, we should be proud. Next, please. Challenges for the future: funding. Access to crop protection technologies. The future may be a lot different than what we have today. We may be seeing, you know, a lot more products that don't require residue studies, but require efficacy and crop safety data because of the nature of the technology. So, you know, we as an organization should be poised to be able to pivot as necessary to, you know, continue to provide the growers the tools, whether they require residue studies or not. You have to look at, you know, EPA, in spite of the challenges I mentioned before, there's still a lot of good people there, and they want to do the right thing. But, you know, right now we have a very unpredictable approval process by EPA. You know, you submit it, but you just don't know when it's going to come out the tail end. So, you know, that is going to be a future challenge. Public pushback against chemical pesticides and new technologies. I mean, that's sometimes the difficult part is, you know, the public is pushing back. Oh, we don't want glyphosate. How about that one? I'll pull that one out of the hat. We don't want glyphosate, but then on the same token, well, we don't want RNAi technologies, you know, so where did you go? One that's bothered me is international regulations limiting domestic use. Europe has done some mirroring where they have tried to put their regulatory scheme and basically said, we don't care if you say you can use it or not. If you want to bring it into the European Union, there's no residues allowed. And, you know, that works for human health, but it sure doesn't work for environmental aspects. And they continue to push this mirroring thing, and it's a lawsuit ready to happen. And then challenges stakeholder support. When it's a lot easier to come here and tell Todd, oh, we got 70 projects and yeah, we can give lentils 3 of them. But now we have 35 and now we don't have any room for lentils this year. So, you know, after a while, there'll be some pushback. You know, why are we supporting IR4? They're not doing our projects, but this is just challenges we're facing. So next, please. Well, the strength is in our people. And I said, we all are part of it. We all have been a part of it. I find myself very fortunate to work with a lot of hardworking, dedicated people. You know, I could sit here and Splew out a whole lot of people, a whole lot of names, and missed some people. But I do just want to call out a couple people. When I say IR4 coworkers, one that comes to mind is my friend over there, Dan Kunkel, who we worked together for how many years, Dan? 30 some years? Yeah, 29. Well, and now Dan's gone over the dark side. But, I really enjoyed working with Dan and was a dynamic relationship. I also want to shout out Debbie Carpenter, who's not with us today. She's online somewhere, but Debbie has been so instrumental of getting the transition of the Rutgers University IR4 as we know it down to North Carolina State, and she's accomplished so much. Companies, there's a lot of great people. I'm just going to give one shout out here. With a company is Craig Kleppe, who's probably the longest serving IR4 liaison. Craig has told us he's leaving us shortly, so we'll miss you, Craig, but I'll see you on the running path in Raleigh sometime. Then there's a couple old ones, not old ones, but past ones that have been really instrumental in helping me. I'll just shout them out. My friend Dirk over there, Dirk Drost, who was Syngenta's person for many years and now is the chair of the Minor Use Foundation. Brian Brett, who's no longer here, but not in purpose, but in spirit. And then Jay Vroom from Crop Life, who's always been very helpful to IR4 from that area. Commodity groups, the CLC members, please stand up. I want you to be recognized. This is a fraction of the group, but it really just shows, an idea of like how dedicated this group is to helping IR4, and it's been great. And Todd is current chair, and I get the joy of talking to Todd once a week, every Friday, and find out the latest and greatest about his wheat and his lentils. And then Mike Bledsoe, who was chair before him, we spent that same hour every week, and I heard all about the tomato market and all the disease challenges they face. So it's fun, the connection. Steve, I got to give you a shout out, but I also want to give your predecessor a shout out because he was a friend. He was a challenge at times, but Rocky Lundy was always a wonderful person to work with. And then one last shout out to a friend there that maybe some of you know him, but Ray Ratto, who literally would take his shirt off his back to give you and help you. So these are just some of the commodity groups, friendships I've developed over the years. Government, EPA, it goes back to Hoyt Jamerson, who was Nancy Fitz's predecessor's predecessor. Probably a few people remember that name, but he was very instrumental of helping minor uses. Barbara Madden, Nancy Fitz, Lois Rossi, they've all been great people to work with. NC State has been a wonderful organization to be connected to, and NC State took us on, welcomed us with open arms. I'll just give a shout out to my boss, Steve Lommel, Rich Bonanno, who was very instrumental in getting us down there, and David Monks, who still remains engaged. And David is now director of extension there, so he's good. That's why he's not here, right? Tell him to blow off that off. So anyways, I know it's been great. I can throw some mentors in. My predecessor, Bob Holm, Tom Monaco, George Markle, they've all been good, great people to work with, Dan Rossi. So we have been fortunate. I've been fortunate to work out, but it's really the collective efforts of so many, the people I named, the people I didn't name, that makes this a wonderful organization. So with that, I'll ask you to go to the next slide. And I thank you. And before we go on next, I'd like Meryl Lee to come up for a moment. Yeah, no, the other Meryl Lee. Will, what's that? Okay, never mind. Okay. Let's hear from Merrill A. Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, for your elaborated message. We really appreciate the updates, and we surely will miss you in the years ahead. Now, quick poll for you. Who knows what 2016 was the International Year of? Do not worry. If you don't know, in less than a couple of minutes, you'll never forget again. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Todd Schultz, Commodity Liaison Committee Chair. Welcome.
All right, so we're going to be pushing these slides. For those that don't know me, next slide. I'm Todd Schultz. I'm the Commodity Liaison Committee, CLC Chair, but I also have another job. I work for the USA Pulses organization. We've changed our name this year. We used to be the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. We call ourselves now USA Pulses, and we represent peas, lentils, and chickpeas, and dry beans. And by the way, 2016 was the International Year of Pulses, in case you didn't know that. But let's go to the next slide, I think. I also wanted to say that not only do I work for the USA Pulses Group, I live on a small farm in Eastern Washington, and I raise wheat and pulses, of course. I have raised bluegrass and other specialty crops, but primarily pulses and wheat, winter wheat. This year, you know, the weather was unpredictable, and farmers are always optimists, and I'm among them. And in spite of the weather, we seem to have a winter wheat crop that was okay. We had a spring wheat crop that could have been better. And the pulse crop was surprising because we did it without any moisture. We didn't have any rain after April 1st. And so it was amazing that there was any spring crops, but the pulses seemed to do okay. Now, on the other hand, the markets suck. So I still have to keep working for the USA Pulses organization because I can't make money farming. All right. So anyway, I'm going to talk about enough about me. I'm going to talk about the CLC. What is the CLC? Who are they? What do they do? And so we're going to go over that over the next few minutes. So next slide. The Commodity Liaison Committee. It's here. There's some information about its charter, but really we're the liaison group that informs the Project Management Committee, the board of directors, about the growers of specialty crops, and we represent the needs of those specialty crops to the PMC, but we also represent and educate our government partners and Congress about the importance of specialty crops, the importance of IR4 specialty crops, and ultimately, we work to try and gain additional funding. Let's go to the next slide. We currently have 31 members listed as members. They include executive directors, directors of research like me, market directors, farmers. We have growers in the room today. It's really a diverse group of people that represent the needs of IR4 and specialty crops. The longest serving, I think, has been there 24 years. That's not even close to half of where Jerry's been here, but you know, they are devoted and serve and represent for a long time, and in other organizations also. We're located in 23 states, but ultimately we represent the specialty crop industry across the nation. Next slide. You know, one of the beauties of the IR4, one of the honors and privileges of IR4 is that they see these liaison people as, and their stakeholders as equals. So the board of directors has a member that is me actually, but the chairman of the CLC serves on the board of directors as a voting member, and has the ability to give input directly into the organization. And you know, that's really great. And as Jerry said, we have a relationship, Jerry and I. We talk every Friday. And you know, some weeks I'm talking him off the cliff. He wants to go and jump off a cliff, and then the next week it'll be me trying to jump off the cliff. So we have great conversations. I cry about my wheat crop, and he talks about his family too. But it's really a great interface because you learn a lot about what's going on in the R4, what's going on in NIFA, what the CLC can do to help out. And you know, honestly, I'm also sitting on the hiring committee for Jerry and giving advice for the next executive director. So really quite, you know, quite special, the relationship that R4 has with their stakeholders. Next slide. So here's a picture that kind of shows you where our commodity liaison members live and work, and what states they represent. You can see there's some blank spots right in the center of the United States. And, you know, I think there's a few specialty crops in that region. We could probably use some representatives. If you know anyone, we are willing to add anyone that is willing to serve. Next slide. Jerry made some mention of previous chairs, and you know, I joined the CLC when Rocky Lundy was in charge, and he was a colorful individual. But I am following in the footsteps of Rich Bonanno and Michael Bledsoe. Those are, you know, huge people. I'm honored to be following in their footsteps. Next slide. Here we start with the list of who's currently a member. You know, I'm the chair. The vice chair is Keith Pitts, who it's kind of unique. He represents a biotech company. And so we have kind of both sides of the growers and the registrants. But you can see these, many of these names you've seen before. Next slide. I did want to point out that we've had a few people retire this year. So Armando Monteroso from Brooks Tropicals has retired this year. We're really sad to see him go. Alan Schreiber has indicated to me that he would like to step down. And, you know, Alan was really involved in the CLC, helped us out a lot. And he represents the Blueberry Commission in the Pacific Northwest, along with a couple of other commissions. Next slide. And I wanted to highlight Herman Wegsbach. He announced his retirement actually a year ago. But in the bottom there, the to be approved, Atticus Finger has been designated by him, nominated by him, and we will work on his addition to our committee. And Alyssa Hauptby is actually Alan's recommendation for another member. We're looking for a member from Crop Life. Traditionally, we've had one member that kind of represented Crop Life, and also a member from the National Association of the State Departments of Ag. And I'm working on that. We've got some candidates. They just need to get their application to us. All right, next slide. So you know, what does the CLC do? You know, the chairman, all I do is I'm just the pretty face. You can tell that Jonathan's doing a lot of work and helping us out, and so is David with Friends of R4. But the real job that the CLC has is to tell the R4 story, and Jerry went over that. It's a great story. The R4, this meeting, for instance, this meeting brings together registrants, growers, scientists, and the regulators all in one room And we discussed the priorities of specialty crops. And it's really, it's kind of the epitome of the way IR4 works and represents our stakeholders and works toward a common goal. We work on government education. We call that government education. Another word might be lobbying, but what we're trying to do is every year there's new staff that support congressmen and senators. And those are the people that actually do the actions, but they don't know what the heck IR4 is. And so it's really important that we do some education. We need to go to the next slide. The mission of the IR4 is right here in front of you. It was established in 1963. Next slide. And it was called IR4. Why the heck did we adopt such a strange name? One of the efforts of the CLC is trying to explain what the heck IR4 means. And it was called the Interregional Research Project, number 4. And there were a number of those projects when it was established in 1963. In 1998, they decided that was a dumb idea, so they changed the name and they call it the National Research Project System number 4. That was another handle that was just about as confusing. So the board decided that IR4 was easier to remember and had some name recognition. I don't know whether that was a good decision or a bad decision, and we are working with the IR4 project, and it has a great reputation. So we kept that name. Next slide. I wanted to tell a little story about the value of specialty crops, because that's really what we're about. We're about some of the best food, the highest nutrition, the most nutrient dense food that you can eat. And everybody knows it's important to your health. And here's a list of values according to the Census of Agriculture, but the total is $115 billion for the specialty crop industry. That was in 2022, and it was about 10% of agriculture. So quite a bit of value from a small portion of the agriculture. I did want to notice that, pulse crops are about $12 billion. Let's go on to the next slide. But we did our own economic study, the Michigan State study, and Jerry quoted it. There's $9 billion to the annual GDP. Now, that sounds pretty impressive, but think about it. The total budget for IR4 is $15 million, just $15 million in a budget in the United States that's trillions of dollars. And we have maybe 120, 130 employees, and you contribute $9 billion to the GDP. That's just, you guys, it's just a great story. According to the MSU study, specialty crops are only measly 65 billion. But I think that's like cash sales. If you went to the total value, that's 117 billion. IR4 supports 111,000 jobs, and it's worth 5.34 billion. The importance of this is that we have this small group of people that are really making an impact across the nation. So next slide. That's a great story. We also want to talk about some of the things we provide. The food use workshop has been here for quite a while. The environmental hort came later, but we've also added integrated solutions and efficacy trials as our technologies have changed, and even as the needs for the projects have changed. So in some cases, commodity groups need support to provide efficacy work and bring their use forward. Integrated solutions is recognizing the fact that biologicals and other products utilize a different mechanism, and maybe you have to use them in concert. And so we want to find a way to make sure we maximize that. Next slide. So not only, as Jerry mentioned, you have a great legacy. I personally in my job as the Vice President for Research in pulses, we utilize crop groups incredibly. When I first joined the council, you had to have trials for lentils, you had to have trials for peas, you had to have trials for chickpeas just to get a use on all those crops. And now we can get a use with pea trials and bean trials. And so just that has made our industry much more viable and sustainable. International harmonization, again, personally, 65 to 75% of our crops are exported, and it requires that when you send your crop overseas, it has to match the MRL, the maximum residue level has to match, or you're under risk of a trade dispute. And so you're facilitating trade and supporting international trade of crops like hops, all kinds of things that depend on overseas trade. So international harmonization is critical. The minor crop use foundation. What is that called? Minor Use Foundation. I got it wrong on my slide. Currently there is a committee meeting in international committee in Santiago, Chile, and the Minor Use Foundation is there, and they are representing the issues of minor crops across the world. And this came out of the R4 program, and it is just a great organization. Dirk heads up as the chair. There's members on the board from all over the world, actually, but they are actually in Santiago, Chile. They're meeting there. They're representing needs, trying to harmonize the process to get international MRLs and facilitate trade. I mentioned biopesticides, integrated solutions, and solutions for horticultural pests and diseases. All of those things were some of the history of the innovation of and leadership of the R4. Next slide, please. Another development or power of the R4 program is that we do give incentives to our registrants. So when they utilize the R4 program, there's some benefits to them. They don't have to pay as many registration fees. The R4 develops some of their residue data. They extend their data protection as a product of using an R4 registration, and they can bring forward reduced impact pesticides to the specialty crop industry. We don't have to use those ancient technologies that are really impactful on the environment. So next slide. But as Jerry said, there's challenges ahead. As he mentioned, ARS is a big challenge. It's about 20 to 30% of our effort, and it's under threat of losing all of that support. And it's due to retirements, it's due to cuts in funding, maybe emphasis from the leadership. So I think the CLC and R4 need to educate the ARS and ensure that that we have every chance to maintain that partnership, because I think it's important. The backlog of lab samples that Jerry addressed, when you go to Congress and you try and tell them that you need more money, and what you're currently doing is a bunch of trials that you put in the freezer, it's not a great story. That's not, we're trying to tell a story when we go there about how well R4 utilizes their funding and their resources. So this move to kind of work on that backlog and change that part of R4 is really important. I think it's important for R4. It's important for the stakeholders, but it's also important for the story, because we have to be able to explain why we need more funding. And if we're just putting samples in the freezers so the growers are happy, that's not going to help us. I could talk for hours about research right now. It really upsets me the way we are treating researchers, the way research is being funded, and the R4 is just a part of that. Many thanks to Jonathan for for ensuring that we're kicking loose just the RFA, the request for proposal for the funding for IR4. It was being held up administratively for some unknown reason, but the whole of the USDA is under that kind of problems. They're holding funds across the USDA, and it's really of question. As Jerry said, as we move forward, funding levels are going to be under question too. So it's going to be a difficult story to tell. But again, IR4 has a great reputation, a great record, and I think it makes that story easier when you go in to talk to people about it. So next slide. Other challenges, the CLC set out to be in the Farm Bill, and it was supposed to be passed in 2023. It does. The Farm Bill comes every 5 years or so, and it was extended, and who knows what they're actually going to do. It's kind of in question. I asked Jonathan if we were going to get a Farm Bill, and he said, "What do you think?" So he's closer to the pulse beat than I am. But Farm Bill and appropriations are always a trouble. As we look forward, ESA and, as Jerry said, pollinators, effective integrated pest management solutions. We are trying to improve that program and making it do less integrated pest management proposals, but give them enough resources so that we can come up with answers. And then, life is the next challenge. We will probably see new pests. We may see new crops, and we will always be challenged with those appearances. Next slide. And Jerry made a slight mention about the Make America Healthy again. I want to say that is another one of those challenges of how do you tell the story, because the report came out and it talked a lot about the importance of specialty crops in the diet, how we need to eat more plant-based foods, how we need to eat whole foods, specialty crop foods, fruits and vegetables, but at the same time, it said we shouldn't be using pesticides. And the IR4 is really about registrations and getting access to crop protection materials. So there's a fine line there. You have to try and traipse where we are the answer. Specialty crops are the answer because we will improve the diet if we eat more. But at the same time, people are afraid of pesticides. So we have to understand that, we have to explain that and tell that story. And that's going to be a challenge. Next slide. I'm going to go through this relatively fast, but these are some of the things that we do. Next slide. As we move forward, I can't recognize Jonathan enough. I got to sit at the table with all the bearded young gentlemen this morning that are handsome, and so Jonathan was there, and he did step up and take over as the chairman of the Government Affairs Subcommittee. Has been doing a great job, and we really rely on him to be close to the understanding of what's going on. He organizes us every 2 months, provides us with minutes, and keeps the CLC connected and working together. This was a committee that came about under Mike's tenure as the chair, and it really has helped to facilitate communications in the CLC. Next slide. The Friends of IR4 and David Baduro, we have really improved the way the CLC communicates through the use of the Friends of IR4 and DCLRS. David can provide us the focal points for the paper products or the documents we need to produce. He helps us with letters. He helps us with congressional action, and is really a key member of the team when we come to Washington in February. Next slide, or March. And here's here's kind of a list of some of the activities that we do during the year. You know, we meet with committee staffs at DC. We zoom in with the Office of Management budget. That ensures that we're in the president's budget. In March, we do a fly-in. We actually come as the CLC and we visit our members and work on educating the staff through a lunch and learn. Last year, we did a reception. It was really fun. It was also very effective. We had a lot of attendance. It's amazing how much staff will show up in the evening when you serve beer. And so it was very, very effective. I didn't put the picture in there, but you know, we were in the House Ag Committee meeting. We had, I don't know, 50 people there. And the beer they served was Senate beer. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, another aside. So I was drinking a Senate beer in the House Ag Committee. We generate letters to members, lunch and learn receptions. And then of course, all the activity doesn't happen only in Washington. It's also incumbent on the CLC to meet the member in their district. And so there's a lot of quiet meetings that happen to help promote IR4 by all of those CLC members, and it's really the greatest. We also have great alliances. So the Minor Crop Farmer Alliance has supported IR4, the Specialty Crop Farm Bill Alliance. Many of our CLC members are on that alliance, and it has actually endorsed IR4 in the Farm Bill. And then, as I mentioned, the NASDA, the National Association of State Departments of Ag, and even the Farm Bureau serve as members on our committee. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide. This is just kind of a list of everything we do over the year. And go ahead. Yeah. And then, you know, when you talk about funding, there's two different kinds of funding. One comes from the Farm Bill, one comes from appropriations. And you need authorization in the Farm Bill to be able to go after the appropriation. So we've been working on increasing the Farm Bill authorization, making it mandatory so that we get 25 million automatically. But meanwhile, we're using the authorization that currently exists and going after appropriations, which is a challenging process as they're trying to reduce the size of the budget. But these are some of the people that we have to meet with when we are doing that. Ideally, the appropriations process happens over the year, and it's supposed to be completed by October 1st. Currently, the ag committees from both the Senate and the House have met and discussed appropriations. I think they have proposed bills or maybe at least outlines. But October 1st is only a few days away. And the ag committees are some of the most advanced in the process. So it does not look like there will be appropriations completed by the October 1st deadline. That'll require some sort of a continuing resolution. And at the same time, the Congress is facing a debt limit restriction that they have to pass. And so when we talk about all of the legislative activities that we're interested in, the appropriations and the Farm Bill, the chances of any of that happening by October 1st, probably slim. But there is some energy moving that process forward. Next slide. Here's some of the goals. You know, we set a goal of 25 million for the IR4 for appropriations. We also asked for 25 million in the Farm Bill under mandatory funding. As I said, it's difficult to see how Congress will move forward in the near future. But we do have the ag committees leaning forward in the saddle. There's some talk of maybe they're easy, so they'll be included in the continuing resolution. We'll see if that happens. Next slide. And again, I told you a little bit about the Farm Bill. One of the situations with this Farm Bill is that generally the Farm Bill is a bipartisan process. It includes nutrition programs like SNAP and feeding programs. And the other side is the farm programs that support producers and farmers. So there's kind of a rural support and a urban support, and it becomes a bipartisan product generally. Well, the big beautiful bill took all of the farm support and put it in that bill. So they've already passed the Title I programs that support production. At the same time, the big beautiful bill reduced support for SNAP and other feeding programs. And so when you look ahead and try and see how you're going to build a bipartisan support for the Farm Bill, it also becomes very challenging. So, when we talk about what's the future of the Farm Bill, it's anyone's guess. The House is moving forward with quite a bit of energy. The House Ag Committee is being, actually the chair of that committee is trying to get a Farm Bill out before he has to step down or changes. The Senate side is a little more pragmatic, and they aren't as optimistic about the time schedule that the House has kind of laid out. So that's kind of where it sits. Next slide. I did want to recognize the effort that we have, that Jerry highlighted. So we had this delay with the RFP. I think Jerry and I, in our discussions, we took credit for busting loose all of the RFPs for NIFA because of our effort. There was more than just IR4 that was waiting for an RFP, and NIFA did actually break forward with numerous RFPs, and I think it was in great part because of the IR4 CLC and the Friends of IR4. Next slide. So in terms of the story, Jerry told you all the reasons why you should be depressed. And I want you to realize you have a lot of reasons not to be depressed. You have a good story. It's over 60 years of success. We represent healthy food and a healthy environment. We have, and we represent our stakeholders. So we do a good job of that. And that's a great story to tell to the people you're asking funding for. The future challenges, we do need funding. It's really important, and I think the CLC takes it to heart. And so the good news is that you have a group of members of the CLC that are passionate, they're energetic, they're devoted, they've been there almost as long as Jerry, and it's just a great organization to support. So with that, next slide. I was looking around the internet and I found this picture of Jerry, and so I want to tell Jerry, give him some advice as he moves into retirement. So next slide. I hear that there's a European vacation. Maybe he'll see Chevy Chase there. Next slide. In my vision of retirement, fishing is involved. So maybe there's a fishing tour someplace. Next slide. He has a few marathons to complete. I think his bucket list is marathon in each state. So I gave him a little list of the marathons in Idaho because I think he's missing Idaho in his repertoire. Next slide. There's quite a few sports and games that retirees play. Bingo. It's a great new game that he could learn. Next slide. He could emulate world leaders like George H.W. Bush, who went skydiving every 5 years, or maybe Jeff Bezos, who went into space. Next slide. Or he could emulate George W. Bush, who took up painting and has sold several paintings, I think. Next slide. Maybe try out a new habit. Next slide. Or he could attend the National Lentil Festival in Pullman, Washington, and share some chili from the largest bowl of lentil chili in the world. Next slide. But in the end, I know he's going to remember IR4. He doesn't wear a tie like these gentlemen, but I know that he was a big part of the 63 years that this place has been in existence. Next slide. And I know he remembers the stakeholders. I have learned to know Jerry, and man, he is the greatest guy in the world. I've been privileged to talk to him every week. I think there's one more slide. Next slide, maybe. And I just want you to know that not only is Jerry retiring, but so am I. So I'm going to be gone, or my last day of work is next year on June 30th. Next slide. And as we look forward in the CLC, we do have a election in February, March. So please, if you're thinking about leadership, there's some job openings. Next slide. And I just want to remind you to keep celebrating, because you can do it every year in 63 years. I do want to say a few words. You know, Jerry has led us over 40 years, and it's been a great ride. I mean, really, some of those things that we talk about that were the legacy of R4 were led by Jerry. They were conceived with his partners in the headquarters staff. One of the marks that I think marks Jerry is that when you look at the headquarters staff and you watch them retire, they all come back to work for him. It's like, you know, what do you do in retirement? I didn't show the pictures of the trials and the research that you could also conduct in retirement. You might as well do what you did in your life. But Jerry is a great leader, has really led this organization through lots of trials, and will be sorely missed. So next slide. And with that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you for this opportunity to address you all. I you know, not just Jerry, but I've been the Commodity Liaison Committee chair for 4 years. It's been a pleasure to represent the CLC, but also to you guys give me a lot of credit and let me be the pretty face while everybody else does the work. And I really appreciate that opportunity, and I really appreciate getting to know you all and the support that each of you give for our growers and our stakeholders in the specialty crop industry. So thanks.
Thank you, Todd, for sharing your message. Thank you for talking about the roles and responsibilities about the CLC group and all the effort you guys make to share the story of IR4 and discussing with government so that we make sure to receive some congressional appropriation that will help us continue support the specialty crop community. Thank you again. Now, if you look on the printed agenda, we were supposed to have a key guest speaker who unfortunately could not make it. It was Dr. Chris Phillip from the USDA. Unfortunately, his travel permit was denied at the very last minute. However, don't worry, Jerry took some time to cover some of the updates that Dr. Phillips was supposed to share with us today. Now, this is a good time to break this session. We have some treats and refreshments outside. Also, I'm reminded that we provide coffee and other refreshments throughout the day, and those are located, I believe, behind the elevators. Again, with that being said, please take a break, refresh, and join back at 10 o'clock sharp. Thank you. If my peers could do me the favor to go gather up people who are outside so that we can start our next session, that would be great. So let's jump right into the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, well, for those of you who are less familiar with the platform, let me give you a little bit of background. So the Integrated Solutions platform was established in 2017 within the Food Crop program, and it aims at exploring new pest management strategies for organic and conventional specialty crop growers through a system-based approach, which combines traditional tools with emerging technologies with the goal of help growers manage their pest challenges in alignment with the integrated pest management practices. We have primarily three goals. The first goal is to help growers fill complex gaps in pest management programs. We do that typically by screening new pest control technologies or new uses of established chemistries. We also help growers find solutions to address pest resistance challenges, and we do that by exploring new IPM systems that combine different modes of action and with the intention to help growers integrate those new solutions in their rotational programs. And lastly, our third goal is to help growers reduce pesticide residues in their produce. This type of studies typically involve two different phases. The first one is to find an alternative way of using a conventional pesticide. And we do that by tracking the residue resulting from the new way of applying the conventional pesticide over time through harvest. And we do that by doing what we call residue decline studies. And then the second phase is to integrate bio-based pesticide to try to maintain adequate pest control while replacing consecutive applications of the conventional pesticide, which is the target focus of the study. Next slide, please. This is a list of all the technologies and products which are eligible under this platform. You can see a list of primary tools. Those are the core components which are evaluated in IS studies and includes conventional pesticides, biopesticides, FIFRA exempt or 25B products, plant growth regulators, biotechnologies, emerging technologies such as RNAs, for example, and application devices. However, we do not limit the study to exploring the primary tools only, but we also open the studies to include complementary tools. Those tools need to enhance the efficacy of the primary tools or reduce growers' reliance on those tools. I'm talking about adjuvants, biostimulants, biocontrol, resistant cultivars, mechanical tools, and cultural practices. Now, keep in mind, this list is not exhaustive. So we welcome any new technology or complementary tool that could possibly become a possible solutions in the hand of the growers. Okay, so you may wonder, what are the deliverables coming out of integrated solution studies? First and foremost, we generate data that is used to support a new product or a new use registration. This data can be used by companies to pursue their own registration, or this data can be used by IR4 through the Residue and Product Performance platform or through the Biopesticide Regulatory Support platform. We also ensure that our unbiased data are made publicly available directly on our website or on our database. Here we post all the research protocols and final reports so that they are easily accessible to everyone. And finally, we work towards engaging and informing stakeholders throughout outreach to raise awareness. We attend a lot of workshops and conferences across the nation, and we try to spread the words about the platform and the research outcomes. Next slide, please. All right. Let's talk about the outcomes of the Integrated Solutions Reboot Initiative. One of the first changes we have implemented was to reduce the number of new priorities so that we can increase the funding and the resources for each project. I'm not talking about financial resources only, but also the time that our limited biology team at headquarters have available to take care of these studies. So we capped the annual priorities to up to 11, 9 of which will be funded by NIFA, and up to 2 which can be funded by a third party. Next slide, please. Part of the feedback we received last year included asking IR4 to dedicate some of the funds to address more local or regional needs. As you know, IR4 is a national organization, and as such, our duty is to prioritize projects that have a larger breadth and will impact more than one region. However, we understood the importance of addressing these regional issues because one day they may become national issues. Therefore, we developed a proportional funding model which will support both national and regional priorities, which will enhance fairness and transparency in research allocation. More precisely, we are going to allocate 60% of the Integrated Solution NIFA funds to national priorities, and the leftover 40% will instead be used to support regional priorities. Now, what distinguishes a national priority from a regional priority? It's relatively simple. National priorities are projects nominated by more than one region by the end of the food use workshop. These priorities are typically larger in breadth, and again, they will impact and benefit more than one region across the US. Instead, a regional priority ends up being a project nominated by only one region by the end of the food use workshop. And these priorities are mostly related to the region. Think about a localized pest issue that is new to the region or to the area of the region, or think about a commodity that is normally grown in a specific area of the United States. Next slide, please. We are also allowing IR4 biology leads to take more time to develop more scientifically robust protocols. These studies are not easy, and we have a big goal in mind. We want to be innovative, and that requires time. And this time is needed for us to reach out to multiple people and come together with a solution that tackles the needs and the unique features of different production areas. Therefore, biology leads have been taking the time to talk with industry partners. We meet with industry partners every year in the spring and summer, and that's where we introduce them to the new priorities, and we look for potential solutions that can be incorporated into these IS studies. We are also now starting to form working groups, and the biology leads have done an excellent job in setting up these meetings where they gather up with key subject matter experts, and The goal is to refine trial design and address critical knowledge gaps. And lastly, we also want to give the biology leads and the people involved in the studies a final opportunity during the food use workshop to address any question that may help the biology lead complete their draft protocol. So some of you might be approached during this event by our biology lead with several questions with the intent and goal to build scientifically robust protocols. Next slide, please. Part of the feedback we received last year was about making a better job at talking about the research outcomes and spreading the news about study accomplishments. So we worked as a team to improve our database. The database, as you can see in this picture, includes a lot of information now. Not only you have access to the project details that came directly from the supporting states and the regional requester, but most importantly now we include 2 new entries, which you can see highlighted here by the orange arrows. One entry includes the study goals so that you all know what was done and why. And we also included a new section that describes the study accomplishments over time. In addition to that, in the database, you can find, as I mentioned before, the research protocols, the final reports, and the name of the collaborator who conducted the study, their affiliation, and most importantly, a summary of the study outcomes. The database can be easily found on our website directly at ir4project.org under the tab Stakeholder Resources, and Christina, our chat moderator, can add the link to that on our on the chat for your convenience. Next slide, please. Again, part of the feedback we received was about improving our efforts in expanding awareness of integrated solutions and the research outcomes. So I'm glad to say that we made some progress. We are updating the integrated solutions webpage, and that will soon go live. We are developing outreach materials that can be used by our state liaison or anybody here in this room who would like to spread the news about this unique platform. And I know there was brand new out of the press. We have an integrated solution handout, which was printed, and you all should have received this morning when you registered. And again, we continue to attend conferences and workshops across the US, sharing the results coming out, completed projects. We have a few additional items planned for the near future. We'd like to start posting research summaries on our website or through our newsletter, just like we do for Environmental Hort. We also plan on communicating impact through success stories, again, using our channels or perhaps partnering with other third parties, for example, the Platform 10 in California, who does some similar activities, or the IPM centers across the US, perhaps our Canadian friends, and also other channels. For example, there is an organic farming hub where folks are invited to update their data for the benefit of the organic community. Again, we thank you for your feedback. We welcome your feedback. One of the new things you'll see today is how we changed the denomination for the integrated solutions priorities. This is a change, and change brings challenge. This will be the first round, the first test we are doing basically to reflect the national and regional priorities. So we welcome hearing from you what you think about it, and with the goal of eventually incorporating your feedback into next year's food use workshop to improve the process. With that being said, I open the floor for questions or comments. All right. Well, thank you all. I guess we can transition into the next session of the day. We will have the honor to celebrate the recipient of our SOAR Award. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jerry Barron.
Okay, take two. Marilee. So I'm just going to say a couple words and then I'll turn over to Marilee. So we use this award to recognize people in IR4 that go above and beyond, but in many different areas, in research, of course, service, outreach, and just making sure that the program itself continues to be a positive and great area. And we put these out every year and we started looking at it, and some people just turn out to be a natural. And this year, we're very pleased to award a Mr. Natural. So very fortunate that, well, I won't say his name. Is he on the line?
I don't know. Can they see us?
Can people out there see us? Or just see up on the screen? Okay, there's no video. Okay. Well, anyways, with that said, Terry Belsakan from Rutgers University is one of the winners of our SOAR Awards. So, Marilee, would you like to say a few words, and maybe Terry as well?
Sure. Are you out there, Terry? Oh,
Yes,
awesome.
I'm here.
Well, Dr. Terry Belsakan, it is an honor to work with you. And we first met when I first became a regional field coordinator, and you came to IR4 headquarters, which was at Princeton, New Jersey at the time. And you were fairly new at Rutgers, I think. And I had my first regional annual meeting, and you came and visited with us and we explained the program. And the next year you did 3 trials with us. They have led to 2 registrations, actually, 2 of those 3 trials. And you've been working closely with IR4 ever since. And the SOAR Award is for service, outreach, altruism, and research. And so many of your contributions and activities overlap in these categories, from educating stakeholders, students, growers, and EPA about IR4 and the value to them, to your research. You have done over 30 trials, including exploring new products and cutting-edge technologies, even offering data for free sometimes. You go above and beyond. And for that, we would like to say thank you. And your enthusiasm and energy is infectious. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Marilee. Thank you, Jerry. I'm surprised. I'm
And with all that said, there was one thing that was forgotten, is Terry stepped up when we didn't have someone to do it, and has become supervisor of Susan Brebrunner, who's a longtime IR4 employee who's still at Rutgers, still an incredibly valuable person. And Terry, thank you for taking on Susan.
Yeah. We have a beautiful plaque here for you. I would love to be able to hand it to you, so we'll have to figure out how to get that to you.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure I can easily drive from Maryland, from New Jersey to Maryland for that, Marilee. But thank you so much. Yes, I mean, it's very important in my job to keep supporting IR4 on all the work we do, especially with integrated solution. Yes, in the Northeast, we have to be creative. We don't have access to all the chemical. Lynn can say it for New York. I mean, I also have restriction in New Jersey. So we are very we are very supportive of IR4, and I will keep supporting IR4 with, doing the work that has to be done in the field for getting new chemical, new solution with for weed management, because it's a critical part of any cropping system. Sometimes it's not considered as it should be. People are focusing on other problem, but weeds still remain major problems in many cropping system, in specialty crops. We need to keep finding solution. But thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Marie, for the kind words. Thank you, Roger, if he's around, because Roger has been also very supportive of my program, on working with me on these research protocols. Thank you so much.
Yep. It's,
Congratulations.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I said, some of these become really naturals, no brainers. Any type of other analogy you can think of, it's like this person's ideal for the award. The next person is been a long-term member of the Commodity Liaison Committee. He's participated year in, year out in all of our meetings, coming there, bringing in his infectious smile, and not to mention some fun fruit. We have been very fortunate to have him join us and provide some support that helps, get the message across to the people in the southern part of Florida, the importance of IR4 to the tropical fruit industry. And for that, we're ever thankful. Armando Monterosa, and it just rolls off your tongue, Armando Monterosa, is the secondary recipient or second recipient of the SOAR Award this year. Unfortunately, Armando had a very quick retirement. I believe he had to take care of someone within his family, and we weren't able to get him, this award or get him online for this particular one. But I've asked Todd to come up here and accept the award, maybe say a few words.
Yeah, I got a few words.
Okay.
All right. So, I'm really pleased that we're recognizing Armando, and I can't say his name the same way he does because he can roll his R's and I can't. But it is really a beautiful name. He epitomizes my idea of a CLC member. He joined and he was very quiet, kind of sat and watched everything, and then would ask questions if he didn't understand, and eventually became one of our best supporters, bringing weird looking fruit to lunch and learns, and being able to hand that out and explain exactly why IR4 was so important to his operation and his family. And it was just, he just epitomizes the energy and the devotion and the understanding that CLC members bring. So I really appreciate the IR4 recognizing him for his efforts. I'm really sorry he can't be here to accept it, but my thoughts and prayers are with him. Some people retire and they stick around forever. And others retire and just disappear. And so Armando is in the second category. And while he's not here, I really appreciate on his behalf receiving the award. Thanks. I'm getting a picture of me in this. I can't. I'm the pretty face.
We'll Photoshop his face in there.
Just put Amanda's head on my.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Again, congratulations to the recipients of the SOAR Award. We are honored to celebrate you and your efforts throughout the years. Now we are going to transition in the next segment, where we're giving each of you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. So we can get to know each other and create a more interactive environment. We will ask you to stand up if you want or if you can, and state your name, your role, and affiliation. We'll begin from the stage, and then we'll go around the room, starting from the table all the far right down there. Again, I'll go first. Welcome again, Alicia Axtell, Research Planning Manager for the Food Crop Program and Integrated Solutions Lead. Christina?
Hi, Christina Marconi, Registration Manager. Is that better? It's on. Okay. Okay. Christina Marconi, Registration Manager and Senior Study Director with IR4 and chat moderator for the event.
I'll interrupt David just 1 second. Make sure to use your microphone, stick your mouth as close as possible to the top of it. And most importantly, click on the little base as a green light must appear, and that's when the microphone is ready. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. David Schnatter, IR4 headquarters. I'm a research assistant and running the deck for now.
I'm Mike Meyer. I represent FMC Corporation as the IR4 liaison. I'm also a product development manager for fungicides.
Hi, I'm Anna Katrina Briley from US EPA headquarters, Office of Pesticide Programs. I am a biologist in the minor use and emergency response branch in the registration division.
Hello, Dennis Hatterman with Landis International Incorporated, a research and development company out of Valdosta, Georgia. And I'm here representing OAT Agrio at this meeting.
Hey there, my name is Michael Brewington. I'm a product development manager with Drexel Chemical Company out of Memphis. Happy to be here.
Good morning, Craig Kleppe with BASF, formerly BASF Corporation. We are changing our legal entity name starting on November 1st. BASF Agricultural Solutions US LLC. But you know what? We're still BASF. So product registration manager from Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. Jerry, thank you for the call out. I don't know how many meetings I've been to, but it's been in the early 2000s. I've enjoyed every one of them. And this year I brought a new colleague along with me, and I'll let her introduce herself right now.
Hello, Shannon Owings, also with BASF, product registration manager. Happy to be here for my first meeting.
Hey, I'm Roger Batts. I'm the weed science biologist at IR4 headquarters.
I missed that one. Jessica Vina with Adama. I'm a federal registration manager and liaison for IR4.
Pedro Perdomo with NISO America.
Hi, everyone. Karen Da Silva with Corteva AgriScience, first time in this meeting.
Hello, Rena Shimizu, Care Chemical USA. I am a registration manager.
Hello, Christine Gagnon. I'm with the Pest Management Center in Canada.
Hi, Thomas Pike, Senior Study Director and Submissions Coordinator at IR4 headquarters.
Hello, everybody. My name is Philip Moore, and I'm the lead entomologist for IR4 at headquarters.
Luis Payan, Syngenta Protection.
Nancy Delaney with Bayer Crop Science.
Hi, Bradley Tonneson. I'm a scientist at Colorado State University and also the state liaison representative.
Oops, you gotta get smarter than that. Mike Bledsoe with Village Farms, greenhouse tomatoes, vegetables, a little bit of cannabis and hemp. And glad to be here, part of the CLC, and appreciated everybody's shout out this morning by Jerry.
Daniel Terlizzi, Research, Innovation, and Plant Protection Lead at Ontario Greenhouse Vegetable Growers.
Okay. Okay. Jim Bima, I'm from Tassendra Curley, TKI. I'm the newly promoted Director of Development. We do lots of work with IR4. Thank you for all your efforts. It is my second meeting, so glad to be here.
Hi, Dan Kunkel from American Vanguard. We include AMVAC, OHP, and other AmGuard products. Good to see everybody again.
Hi, my name is Dirk Drost. I'm representing the Minor Use Foundation. It's good to see you all.
Eric Wilkins, Director of Applied Research at Wonderful Orchards, representing Western Region pomegranates and pistachios.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marcelo Dimays. I'm a new assistant professor of entomology at the University of Idaho, state liaison for IR4, and pesticide safety and education coordinator. Happy to be here for the first time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jackie Buffum. I'm a Global Nursery Plant Health and Clean Stock Project Manager with Driscoll's. This is my first meeting.
Hi, everybody. John Agner. I lead the technical service team for UPL for the United States.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary McDonald. I'm the program supervisor for California Apple Commission, and this is my first time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ray Liu, and I'm a weed science assistant professor with Washington State University. First time being here.
Hello, my name is Chance Robbins. I'm the Field Research Director and State Liaison Representative for New Mexico, representing the Western region.
Jonathan Sargent from Western Growers. I'm in the Washington, D.C. office. I do government affairs work. I'm not scientist like most all of you, so talk slow at me, but I'm happy to help Jerry and others at the IR4 to get the money.
Hi, Jean Cadby, also Western Growers based on the West Coast.
Marcelo Moretti, Weed Science with Oregon State University.
Megan Boatwright with Golden Pacific Laboratories, a laboratory manager, and we do outside analysis for IR4.
I'm Carol Cray with ISK Biosciences, and I'm the manager of regulatory and industry affairs.
Doug Walsh, the state liaison representative from Washington State University, and this is my 26th food use workshop.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carla Avila, and I am the office manager for the Western Region IR4 office, and it's my first meeting.
Hi, it's Aaron Becerra Alvarez. I'm a weed science with Oregon State University, weed science and vegetable crops.
Hi, everyone. Alex McFall, analytical chemist at the Western Region Lab at UC Davis.
In case you didn't know, I'm Todd Schultz with the USA Pulses. We represent peas, lentils, chickpeas, and dry beans. And, 2016 was the International Year of Pulses, just in case you didn't know that. And we really appreciate all the support of IR4. Thanks.
Hello, Carrie Arnold, Regional Field Coordinator for the Western Region.
Mika Tolson, Assistant Regional Coordinator for the Western Region, and I think this is my 15th or 16th, I can't remember.
Good morning, Florence Rios. I'm a professor of plant pathology with UC Davis, covering the fruit and the crops.
Shimada Scavage, I'm a professor at the University of California. This is
30 plus, but I lost track. I lost count. So I'm also a liaison for the state and continue to support tree crop agriculture in California.
Matt Hengel, Regional Director and Laboratory Coordinator for the Western Region at UC Davis.
James Kam, University of Hawaii, 30-year plus as a Field Research Director, State Liaison for Hawaii.
Hi, I am Dalila Rendon. I'm affiliated with Oregon State University. I am the new state liaison representative for Oregon, and I got my rookie badge too, first time.
Steve Salisbury, Mint Industry Research Council and the Oregon Grass Seed Industry.
Hi, I'm Ram Yadav. I'm the Weed Science faculty at the Ohio State, and I roll the R very well, as you can see.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bo Howard with the California Safflower Growers Association. I'm also a farmer for the J.G. Boswell Company, specializing in processing tomatoes, cotton, pistachios, and safflower.
Hi, I'm Tim Miles at Michigan State University. I'm a plant pathologist and work on small fruit crops.
Good morning. I'm Zach. I'm on the Commodity Liaison Committee. Zach Bagley, I should have said. Also the California Tomato Research Institute. I'm the managing director there, as well the California Prune Board. I'm the production research advisor for that group. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to stand because I'm short, so bear with me if you don't see me. My name is Andres Anario Velasquez. I'm a new assistant professor doing vegetable pathology at The Ohio State University. So my fellow pathologists will recognize if I say I am the replacement of Dr. Sally Miller, who retired last year. So my first meeting as well. I am shy, so if you see me, talk to me. I'm very friendly.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allison Robinson, Field Research Director at The Ohio State University.
I'm Richard Hack, retired veterinary entomologist in the process of developing and will commercialize a biological for the control of varroa mites infesting honeybees.
Hi, everyone. Joshua Miranda here, new assistant professor of Weed Science at Michigan State University.
Hi, Celeste Wheeler, Michigan State University Field Research Director.
Amber DeVisser, Michigan State University.
Nicole Solden, Regional Field Coordinator in the North Central Region and Field Research Director at Michigan State University.
Morning, Pete Nelson with the Cherry Marketing Institute, and I also am on the CLC.
Good morning, Mary Husbeck from Michigan State University. I'm a plant pathologist and I work in the area of vegetables, greenhouse ornamentals and vegetables. I'm the IR4 North Central Regional Director.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Starkey. I work for CoverCress. We're commercializing a newly domesticated oilseed, also on the CLC.
Good morning, Robert Kolensky at Ginseng Board of Wisconsin, grower, and also on a CLC.
Good morning, Ethan Triplett, National Sorghum Producers, Director of Crop Improvement.
And Brent Tabine, I'm the Director of Agronomy at the United Sorghum Checkoff Program.
Good morning, Jamin Patel, Principal Plant Pathologist with IR4 Headquarters.
Brian Jenks, North Dakota State University, Weed Scientist.
Mark Van Gessel, Extension Weed Specialist, University of Delaware.
I would be the one that do that. Josh Kendall, IR4's Environmental Horticultural Program Manager.
Simon Zibello, Northeast Region Director with the University of Maryland, Eastern Shore.
Mary Lee Ross, Regional Field Coordinator for the Northeast region. I'm at the University of Maryland in Salisbury, Maryland.
I'm Megan Hickman. I am the Assistant Regional Field Coordinator for the Northeast region and an FRD at the University of Maryland LESREC facility.
Wow, I can't believe it's made it this far across the room and no one's brought up any college football teams. Well, as you bring that up, so anyways, I'm Jerry Barron, Executive Director and alum of The Ohio State University, defending national champions and currently #1 in the polls.
Wilfredo Robles, University of Puerto Rico, and State Liaison for Area 4.
Luis Almodóvar, University of Puerto Rico.
Charles Looper, Oklahoma State University, State Liaison, and home of the world champion Oklahoma City Thunder.
Colton Blankenship, Assistant Professor of Horticulture Weed Science with the LSU Ag Center.
Katie Jennings, and I'm the Vegetable and Small Fruit Weed Scientist at NC State University.
Rick Besson, entomologist at the University of Kentucky.
Kristen Sear-Jones, Regional Field Coordinator for the Southern Region.
Hi, I'm Connie Crawford for, where am I? Southern, I work with Kristen, obviously, an administrative assistant at the Southern Region, IR4 in Gainesville, Florida.
Hello, everyone. I'm Paulo Cremonez, Assistant Professor, Extension Specialist at Auburn University, working on vegetable and fruit entomology. And I'm very happy that Alabama lost their first game. So, War Eagle.
Doug Higgins, I'm a plant pathologist at Virginia Tech, and I work on vegetables.
Mario Gutierrez, I'm coming from Florida. B&W Quality Growers is the company where I'm working.
Hello, I'm Daniel Frank. I am the IR4 liaison for Virginia Tech.
Hannah Wright Smith, Extension Weed Specialist and State Liaison at the University of Arkansas for the next 2 weeks. And then if you need me after that, I will be an Extension Weed Specialist at the University of Tennessee covering pastures and horticultural crops.
Peter Dittmer, Weed Science, University of Florida.
Don Nicholson, agronomist for Plant Path. We're growing stevia in North Carolina.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for the great introductions. Now you think we are done with the introduction, but we are running ahead of time. So we decided to take the next 5 minutes or so to give the people who are attending virtually to introduce themselves. We don't know how is it going to go. Maybe it's a tragedy or not, but we are going to go with the flow and give it a try. Christina, go for it.
All right. So I will call out the names in order which they appear in my computer. And hopefully, if you are in the room, just say skip or something, okay? Because I think there are some people, doubles. Okay, Mohammed Badab.
Good morning, I'm Mohammed Babadust from University of Illinois, plant pathologist for vegetable and fruit crops. I do teaching, research, and extension.
Debbie Carpenter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Debbie Carpenter. I'm Associate Director for Regulatory Sciences and National Lab Director for IR4 in headquarters in North Carolina.
Brett Blau.
Hello, I'm Brett Blau. I am the peach entomologist at the University of Georgia.
Brett Despin.
Hi, I'm Brett Despain. I'm with Highland Specialty Grains in Moses Lake, Washington. I'm a specialty crops plant breeder and commercial manager.
Cesar Rodriguez.
Good afternoon from New Jersey. My name is Cesar Rodriguez Sauna. I'm the blueberry and cranberry entomologist at Rutgers University.
Christina Turi. Christina, if you're talking, you are muted. Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next one. Dan Hyder.
Yes, Dan Hyder, University of Wisconsin, weed scientist and state IR4 liaison.
David Hubbard.
I'm David Hubert. I'm with Indigo Ag. I'm the Director of Plant Microbe Interactions and the site lead here at our Research Triangle Park location.
Elena.
Hi, I'm Elena Nino. I'm at UC Davis, an extension specialist for apiculture.
Emily Falls.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Falls from Belsham Crop Protection. I'm a regulatory product manager.
Gerald De La Fuente.
Hi, everybody. It's Gerald De La Fuente with Sesico Corporation. I'm a plant breeder with Sesico and a farmer representing Sesico and all of our sesame growers around the country.
Govinda Shri.
Hello, hello everyone. My name is Govinda Shrestha, new assistant professor of entomology with South Dakota State University. Thank you.
Greg Clark.
Hi, everyone. This is Gregory Clark, Field Development and IR4 Liaison for Valent USA.
Iris Bitterlit.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Iris Bitterlit here, representing greenhouse vegetables from Canada under the Fruit and Vegetable Growers of Canada's Greenhouse Vegetable Working Group.
Jessica Macari.
Hi, I'm Jessica. I am a study director here at IR4.
Jyoti.
Hi, my name is Jyoti Taneja, and I am the CEO of Varada Agriculture. It's an ag biotech startup, and we are making biologicals, starting with RNAi control for powdery mildew in grapes. Thank you.
Katie Gantus.
Hello, I'm Katie Gantus. I'm the Hort Advisor for the Cranberry Institute, which is the trade organization for the North American cranberry industry. I'm also the weed scientist and the IPM extension educator at UMass.
Lynn Sosnowski.
Hi, I'm Lynn Sosnowski. I'm an assistant professor of weed science for specialty crops in New York State at Cornell University. I'm also the state liaison and, like Jerry Barron, a proud graduate of The Ohio State University.
Matt Logan.
My name is Matt Logan. I'm the owner of Washington Producers here in Washington State, specializing in buckwheat, and a farmer myself of grass seed and buckwheat. Thank you.
Mona Hamed.
Hi, everyone. I am Mona Ahmed, PMC Canada. Thank you.
Robert Welker.
Good morning, everybody. Robert Welker, Study Director here at headquarters.
Ryan Hill.
Hello, Ryan Hill, Cooperative Extension with the University of California in Red Bluff. I'm weed scientist here with the extension, and I'm supporting my olive and prune growers here at this meeting.
Susan Bierburner.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone, whoever is listening to this. I'm Susan Bierbrunner, Administrative Research Assistant with the IR4 headquarters, and I work with the databases and other things that have to do with that. Have a great day.
And the last one on my list, Chiahi, if you want to, Terry, if you want to introduce yourself again.
Yes, Terry Besançon, Associate Professor on Extension Specialist in Weed Science for Specialty Crop at Rutgers University, and State Liaison for IR4 for New Jersey.
Okay, thank you, Christina, and thank you all joining from the virtual world. Now, do you all believe me? This is what I said this morning. This is a wonderfully diversified group, and that's what makes the Food Use Workshop a special event. So again, thank you for being here. And now, with everyone well acquainted, I think it's a perfect time to break out for lunch. Lunch is served in the Cripple Creek Ballroom.
Before you break, someone made a suggestion during the morning break that if the companies know already what they're planning on doing with an active ingredient, or they could make some calls there to get that list more complete as possible, that would be very much appreciated.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is for those projects that are currently coded as under evaluation, since we have a few minutes left before lunch, we encourage the manufacturers to let us know whether they made a position in regards to those projects and whether they're ready to update the status from under evaluation to researchable or potential. This is a good time to do so. Otherwise, we'll do that during the respective session. Meanwhile, I encourage our database administrator to take note so that we can update the database that we'll use later accordingly. Okay. Okay. All right, let's head out for lunch then, and we'll resume the session at 1:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Good to go? All right. So I'm going to, sorry for the repeat, but for the folks that joined us virtually, I'm going to repeat the slide again. So some concept to keep in mind when making this nominations is knowing what we refer as project status. A project status is a code that is given to each research proposal and indicates what kind of data the product manufacturer requires IR4 to generate to pursue the registration of the proposed use. Now, if a project is listed as researchable, that means that the manufacturer is supportive of the use and may require efficacy and crop safety data only, or residue data only, or residue and product performance data to be generated simultaneously. A project that is coded as potential is a research proposal that needs validating efficacy and crop safety data before the manufacturer grants IR4 permission to initiate the residue work. And finally, a project that is coded under evaluation is a research proposal for which the manufacturer has not taken a stance yet. And our goal is to hopefully update that research, that project status from under evaluation to either researchable or potential, so that the projects can be nominated. If that doesn't happen by the end of the food use workshop, unfortunately, that project will no longer be eligible for nomination. Again, this information is available directly on the agenda package that was given to you when you registered this morning, but can also be found directly on our webpage under the Food Use Workshop tab. And our chat moderator, Christina, can add the link to those materials directly on the chat for your convenience. Next slide, please. Another concept to keep in mind is the way we rate projects, and that all depends on the project status. Now, if a project has a residue component, that project will be rated from an A to an F scale, where A projects are the most critical need, and an F project instead is a research proposal that has not been nominated by any of the 4 IR4 regions for at least 3 consecutive years. Those projects no longer appear on the list. Now, to make things easy for you, a large number of priorities that we'll discuss today are coded as an A, so you will be asked whether the project should stay an A or can be downgraded to a B priority. Similarly, for priorities or project requests that have a product performance component only, those projects are rated from an H+ to an L scale, where H+ is the highest priority and L is the lowest priority. Again, similarly to the other projects, those that have a residue component, these ones, the ones that we'll be discussing today, are rated with an H, and you will be asked whether the priority should stay an H or can be downgraded to an M. I know it's confusing. Again, that's why we have this information directly on the agenda package for your own convenience. Moving on. Here are some reminders of our workshop goals. Across the 3 disciplines, entomology, plant pathology, and weed science, we will want to shortlist the priorities to a total of 35 A priorities and a total of 6 H+ priorities. Another concept to consider is the EPA stoplight analysis. You heard about it a little bit in Jerry's presentation and Anna's presentation this morning. Let's go over it one more time. Every year, IR4 provides a list of projects that are eligible for nomination to the EPA for their review. And the EPA comes back to us with a color code attributed to each of these projects. And that all depends on the complexity of the registration path for the proposed use that is relevant to the individual project. Projects that receive a red light are no longer eligible for nomination because for the time being, they will not basically see the light of the day for a while. So it's not wise for IR4 to invest resources on those projects. Therefore, we, as an organization, cannot move forward with those. Projects that are coded with an orange light present some significant regulatory challenges. And that doesn't mean that we can't pursue the use. We may, but registration is not guaranteed. Projects that receive a yellow code instead present some hurdles, but those hurdles should not be an impediment to registering the new use. A project that is coded as green is good to go. And a project that receives blue light is a research proposal that involve a brand new active ingredient or a new use that needs to go through the Endangered Species Act assessment. Anna, did I get that right? Give me a thumbs up. I got a thumbs up. Good, thank you. Moving on. Okay. Today, we'll be working from a simplified spreadsheet that include the list of all the projects that were nominated during the online nomination period in the month of August. Now, that list was simplified, and if you do want to have access to the relevant details of each project request, for example, you want to know what's the target pest or what's the details around the use pattern of the proposed use, or why was that a need in the first place, that information is available on in a couple of materials that we made available directly on our website under the Food Use Workshop webpage. We have two different kind of formats, a PDF format and Excel format. Here you can see how the PDF would look like with all the additional information pertaining to the project, as well as where the nomination came from. So for example, in the red rectangle, you can see that as an example, this request was nominated by the Northeast region and the Southern region. So if you want details like that, those are available on those materials. And again, those materials were divided by discipline, but you also can have access to a comprehensive PDF or Excel sheet that combines all the disciplines. And again, our chat moderator, Christina, will add the link for you to the Zoom chat for your convenience. Moving on. Okay. Here are some criteria you may want to keep in mind when making your selections. You might want to think about how big of a problem the pest is and what's the damage that the pest is causing to the growers. You may also want to think about what are the tools that growers currently have available to target that pest and whether the new use is actually bringing something innovative in their toolbox. Don't forget to think about the regulatory hurdles that we will have to take to try to pursue the new use. So think about the EPA stoplight analysis, but also think about the volume of data required by the manufacturer to pursue the use. Something else to keep in mind is thinking about whether the new use, the new active ingredient, how will that interact with all the other IPM practices that growers currently adopt. And also think about what is the role that the active ingredient or the new use will play towards managing pest resistance. And finally, you may also want to keep in mind the international impact of the registration of the new use from a trading perspective. Okay, I'd like to wrap this up with a few words of wisdom for a fair and effective workshop. Be strategic. And what do I mean by that? I highly recommend to make your prioritization early in the process, but also be ready to let go early in the process too, because we don't want to overload the list of projects at the very last day, which might lead to a rushed and imbalanced nomination. We also encourage you to strive for equity across all 4 regions. That means think beyond your region, if at all possible. And finally, we encourage you to stay engaged through the entire event. And if at all possible, stay active and proactive throughout the entire time. With this being said, I think we're ready to switch to the spreadsheet. Thank you, David. We're gonna make it a little bigger so that you all can see it well. Is that a good readable format for everybody? Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Let me guide you through this table very quick. Again, this is a list of all the projects that received a nomination during the online nomination periods, which ended up in the month of August. In column A, you can find the project number. Column B will be populated by David based on whether you choose to leave the priority an A priority or want to downgrade it to a B, or whether you want to keep the priority an H priority or you want to downgrade it to an M. Don't worry, we'll help you out through the process. Column C indicates the crop group. And if you're not familiar with what crop groups are, what are the representative crops, and what are the commodities that are covered by the representative crops of a crop group, you can find that information again on the webpage under the Food Use Workshop tab. That's a table that has all that information nicely laid out there. And again, our chat moderator can add the link to the crop group table in the chat for your convenience. Now, column D shows the commodity, column E indicates the chemical, and we color-coded these entries based on the EPA stoplight analysis. If you have a hard time seeing the color, look at column F. Y stands for yellow, then you'll see an O for orange, B for blue, and so on. Column G indicates the project status, and column H instead will highlight any changes that happened throughout the last couple of days or so that have not been reflected in the original spreadsheet that you may have downloaded last Friday in anticipation of today's event. So we'll make sure to highlight those changes live today. Finally, if you are following the PDF today, as I mentioned earlier, we have 2 kinds of PDFs, one for the individual discipline with science and one for all the disciplines. Now, to make your life a little easier, if you're using those PDFs, we listed the page number where you'll find the detailed information relevant to each project. So as an example, project 14034, if you want to see the details of it and you're using the Weed Science PDF, that will be available on page 1. If you're using the comprehensive list, then that will be also on page 1, and so on. Finally, if you look at the very top on line 1, we have a total number of nominated projects that is 91. It's a steep number, so we have quite a bit of work to do today, but we trust you in we trust you guys, so I'm sure we'll do a good job. And again, let me wrap up. If you're wondering what the green cell and the blue cells are, The green cell will keep track of the A priorities that will be nominated today. And similarly, the blue cells will show the total number of H priorities that will result from today's nomination. Now I'm gonna pause it here for just a second. Do you have any questions before we get started? Okay, I hear nothing. I like that. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Thomas, who will guide us through the list.
Thank you. And there is a comment that I wanted to make. Just if you are speaking from the crowd, please use your microphone, both for the benefit of the people in the room and for the people that are online. Yeah. Yeah, and please call out who you are as well when you're speaking. So starting with crop group 1, root and tuber vegetables. First things first, are there any nominations that were missed that are being brought to the floor? If not, then we will start with the first item here, PR 140. What?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. Yes, we did overlook one that we'd like to discuss.
Okay.
And the number is 13356, Metribuzin sweet potato.
I think it's a different PCR, different use pattern.
It is, yes, it's different.
Okay, yeah, that one's currently under evaluation. Any others to add before we get started? Okay, David, when you're ready, back to the top. All right, first line there, PR 14034, Metametron on carrot. This one is currently under evaluation. Staying an A or going down to a B?
I'd welcome Lynn if she's online to comment on this one.
Yeah, I think because I have some
Hey,
bigger
Lynn,
fights
we
I
can
wanna
hear
pick.
you, but you're very, very quiet. Oh, we can hear you better. Okay.
Okay. I think this can go down to a B, but I do have questions for the next time we get to Metametron about its undervaluation status, if that will change, and the yellow stoplight.
And that is a question, I believe, to direct to Jessica. Any update on the status of the Metametron projects in general, this one in particular?
For carrots, I would say blue. We as the spotlight, because EPA has reviewed all the beet and did an ESA assessment. So anything out of that group will request will trigger EPA to do additional EPA assessment. So right now we can only support beet.
Okay,
Okay, so
thank
does
you.
that mean the status of carrot is going to change to hold, or is it going to remain under evaluation? What's the...
Well, we would support, but then again, it will take time because then EPA has to do a additional EPA assessment, ESA assessment for carrots.
Okay, but is there concern about us moving forward with that project?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then in terms of status for that, because it's currently under evaluation, can we change that to some actionable status, either researchable or potential?
I believe potential.
Potential?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's ECS before residue. Does that move the needle on what to do with this one? Keep it an A, bring it down. Well, in action now to be an H or an M.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be the person right at the start. I don't think it has to be an H right now. I'd rather put my effort in the beets.
Okay, so am I hearing that it's going down to an M then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next one there, I believe we're skipping over because the status has been updated to a manufacturer hold and will not be discussed further here. line after that, here is the Metamatron on Garden Beat, currently under evaluation. It sounded like there was a bit more support from Adama on this one. Status update from the crowd, though, staying an A, going down to a B.
I'm going to speak up for this. This has to be an A.
An A for the Northeast. Lynn is saying an A.
Okay. And
Yeah, so anything new has to be compliant with ESA. So if the vicinity for Garden Beat is the same as Beat, then we should be okay. Otherwise, again, we'll trigger EPA to do a new ESA assessment because we only have it registered for the states that we currently have. And anything out of those states will trigger ESA assessment.
so did you say that the use pattern needs to be the same as what is currently labeled for sugar beet, I guess? Or I was having trouble hearing you.
I'm not sure about the use pattern. I'm just saying if the garden beet it's grown in the same area as beet, then we would be okay.
Can anyone speak to growth area of garden beet versus sugar beet? We can come back to this if we can discuss later, but if that may be a deciding factor.
So I have a question about this, and it may not apply, but Metamatron has recently been registered as like a blossom thinner or for fruit drop in apple trees. So I assume there has to be ESA data that has already taken place.
Yeah, that was our that actually this is the advice we got from EPA because of the Section 18 for beets. So they were able to register as Section 3, however, only for those states where they did the ESA assessment for beets. So I'm not sure if EPA would entertain like using the ESA assessment for apples, because I believe it would be different. If EPA wants to comment.
I'm not familiar with the Apple one, but I am familiar with the Section 18. And yes, any new uses that would come through would need to go through ESA assessment. But I mean, maybe you've seen the review on that. It would be similar to the Section 18. And if there was a path forward for the Section 18 for Metamatron, yes, it's another step, but the assessment should not be as, so scary to move forward for, especially if the garden beets are in the same states as the sugar beets.
I mean, garden beets do have, a different distribution. So for instance, we're one of the largest growers in New York State. So, we're not the Nebraska, we're not the Colorado, we're not the Wyoming.
Right. Yeah, for this one, it's yellow. It could easily be blue as well, but it's yellow because there are some like eco risks of concern. And also it needs to go through ESA assessment as well. But again, it's not a scary thing, but just another thing.
Yeah, so does that mean it will stay under evaluation, or is this like potential or researchable?
Jessica, that's basically the take home here. So if you're willing to change it to a researchable category, since it's yellow, all the other steps fall into place later. But since it's yellow, does Adama support changing this from under evaluation to something we can nominate and prioritize, something we prioritize?
Yeah, we can change the potential and revisit later once we yeah, this might be a discussion with EPA too, like what it would be like in terms of the assessment, since you already have the beets ESA assessment. Because I hear like New York is one other state, and I don't think the assessment was done for New York. But yes, potential, and then we can revisit.
Okay.
I have a question regarding the assessment. Is it an assessment for each state, or do you need a regional assessment?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
I mean, you're talking about assessment, you know, the Endangered Species Act assessment. Is it just for each state, or is it something that can be through the region?
Do you mean the ESA, the
Yeah,
endangered
the
species?
ESA, if it's done in New York, is it valid for other states in the Northeast as well?
I'm sorry, I'm having hard really hearing it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But the thing is, so for ESA, they do the assessments like at the local, like the habitats, and it was only done on the states that were, that was previously requested for the Section 18. So New York wasn't part of that. That
So,
answers.
so the preliminary ESA was just done in Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, those places where it now has an 18 in sugar beets.
Yes.
Okay. But as far as the garden beet requests, that will happen anyway. It's just a matter of permission for us to move forward with it. That's what we're after here. So potential would be good for this?
Yes.
All right. Once we, and I'll let Tom ask this question again, but once we change it to potential, what does the room think about the priority it needs to get?
Yeah, is it staying an H, dropping down to an M?
I just wanted to say that there is support for Metrometron on Beat Online here at Zoom. Matthew Cotelli.
Yeah, so one of the biggest like diversified leafy or vegetable grower in South Carolina, they're starting to get a lot more into garden beet, and I know I've had a lot of questions for post emergence broadcast, post herbicides, and that's something that South Carolina would support.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw back in for New York is that beets have almost nothing. We have so few herbicides, and the herbicides that we do have are not very effective against a wide range of species. We have to use many different products. We have to use them at low rates to prevent injury to the crop. This is the best herbicide that I have seen on beets since I have started working on beets. It is registered in beets in other countries in Europe and New Zealand. They asked me why we are not using it here in the United States. It is safe, it is effective, and I will die on this hill.
So I'm hearing an H.
That's a very strong H from the Northeast.
All right, H it is. Moving on to the next one. Next one is Metametron on garden beet grown for seed. Similar situation, under evaluation. So question from the crowd about the support for this one, as well as Adama about whether or not the status of this is changing to something actionable.
Quick question. Would essentially, what is it? Would the previous one, the garden beet, would that also appease seed crop? Like if we got,
I think they have different use patterns, like fairly different ones.
I was wondering that as well. And I'm just not going to be able to do the math right now, but it looks like one is, what is it, pints? One's 4 pints per acre. And the other one is, I don't know, is it?
The one, the
One
request
can
for,
pre-
the
three-
request for root is asked for 3 applications too, instead of just 1 for the seed crop.
Okay.
Just a quick
Is that
question.
correct, Aaron? I think that's correct.
Does this also for the beet tops as well, or is it only the?
We would include beet tops as part of this.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I mean, if. Anyways.
Just let me interrupt a little bit. So he proposed 1 application because that was his idea. He didn't know that you could be potentially request 3. So he's right here. We can ask him, Aaron. It sounds like the same to me.
Yeah, so I just followed what the Section 18 on how they're using it in the sugar beets.
So would the previous one appease?
Yeah, it should.
So we can go ahead and just downgrade this one to a B.
If,
Or a
if the use pattern,
H.
if you're gonna go, if you want to do the root crop request with 3 applications and the seed crop request will match it, if that's what Aaron wanted, then it's up to Adama whether or not they say go for this one or not.
Yeah, Adama would still need to confirm whether or not they wanted to, like, they would support labeling that because it's still under evaluation.
Thank you. Yeah, it would, let's, is there a determination on this yet?
That'll be directed to Jessica.
To whether we support or not.
Yes. And what status you would provide?
Potential,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. But still, I think it's H. Do we want to downgrade it? Yeah. So remind me, is H, because H plus means it moves forward, correct?
So if you're looking to downgrade this one, it'd downgrade to an M, right? For the garden beet seed. Is that what you're trying to do, or?
Yes.
Okay. So 13978 is going to be an M. Okay. Yeah, done it again, and the status updated to potential. Yes. Okay. Next up, is pendimethalin on celeriac. This one is potential ECS before approval for residue. So it has a status. So just is this staying an H or being downgraded to an M?
So this is the North Central region, and someday we would like to see this project move forward, but today is not going to be that day. We can make it an M.
Make it an M. Thank you. Next one is metribuzin on sweet potato. This is a PR 12866. This one just needs ECS data.
We'll keep it an H for now.
Keep an H for now. And then the next one is a different metribuzin on sweet potato, currently under evaluation. I assume it's a different use pattern, Roger. I defer to you on that one.
This one is about reducing plant back after use in previous crop, I think. Yeah, sulfentrazone.
Metro.
No, you.
They added one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's goats and
12866.
Roger's that one for slip
That's the
bed.
one that's the one we just had, and it is plant back still.
Oh.
It's just this metribuzin and sweet potato plant back. The tolerance for this regulatorily, is that a word?
I like that.
Yeah, the tolerance for this could be covered on something we got going on right now with a 30-day PHI metribuzin and white potato. That tolerance will cover sweet potato,
Oh.
30-day PHI, which would cover this plant back. So regulatory wise, we got it covered on tolerance. Biologically, whether or not it's going to damage the crop in a rotation, we've already got that data too, right, Jessica? So
Jessica's nodding.
So
Yep.
this one could be covered by another project.
Well, you would still need you seem to suggest it would still need efficacy and crop safety. Well, crop safety data, I guess, right?
But we did it.
Oh, you have it covered. already.
That's
okay.
the reason it's under evaluation is for the residue aspect.
Gotcha.
So this could be covered by another project and don't have to worry about making a decision here. If I'm right.
If it's researchable.
Yes, if
researchable.
Adama supports it, like, yeah.
Yes, Adama supports it.
Yeah, yes.
As researchable for now.
Okay. So then it sounds like residues being covered by the ongoing potato project. Yeah. So the metribuzin potato, I think it was initiated, was it 2024 or 2025?
It's PR, that would be PR 13027 in the potato world if you're interested.
Yes, that one was initiated back in 2024. So it sounds like this one would just be changed to covered by another project and wouldn't need to be nominated, if I'm understanding that correctly. because there is already the existing performance data to cover it, and the residue data is being covered by an ongoing project.
And Jessica gave me a thumbs up, so we're good.
Okay.
Just for note purposes, can you tell me which residue project this covers?
It is being covered by 13027.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess it'd be a B then. Yeah. All right, moving on to sulfentrazone on sweet potato. First one we have here is coded as tolerance established. Need ECS data to add the crop or the pest. Is this one staying H or being downgraded to an M?
And this one is a plant back reduction or rotational crop interval reduction.
So this one is Mark Manguesso, University of Delaware. So this is one that's a series of studies looking at herbicide resistance management in the ability to use multiple modes of action over multiple cropping seasons. So right now, a lot of our sweet potato growers are pretty much stuck with using the same products that they're using in sweet potatoes the year before in their soybeans and other crops. This would allow them to use a broader arsenal of or modes of action to deal with resistance. And so we've done projects with IR4 has helped sponsor projects with metribuzin we just saw, also with the pyroxsulfone. So this would expand our palette of products that we can use. So I would like to see this as a high priority.
All right. Keep it in H then. Next one, another sulfentrazone sweet potato. This one is coded as potential ECS data before approval for residue.
And this is an actual in-crop use, pre-plant or directly after transplant broadcast over the crop.
Staying in H or going down to an M?
Southern region's fine to drop it to an M, but we'll defer to the Northeast, who I believe nominated it as well.
Mary Lee, comments?
We're okay with an M.
Take it to an M. Thank you. All right, and that finishes off crop group 1. Nothing from crop group 2. I'm going to assume nothing was missed from tops of root and tuber. Then moving on to crop group 3, bulb vegetables. Any nominations that were missed that need to be added on the floor? If not, we will start on Linuron on dry bulb onion. Just need ECS data for this one. H are going down to an M.
So I know that we have an ongoing Linuron on onion.
Yep.
It's the 2 to 4 leaf stage, and this is a pre-application. North Central region is okay with moving this to an M, but I know it has support from other regions, so they're welcome to speak up if they feel differently.
This is actually a delayed pre-emergence use pattern, not really a true pre.
Yeah, and there's currently, as was noted, there's another ongoing Linuron onion project under PR 12816.
Could you please repeat that? Did you say it was part of another project?
There's another residue project going on for Linuron on dry bulb onion under PR 12816. That one covers this one from a residue perspective. It's just the use pattern is different here. It's like an earlier application. Is that right, Roger? Yeah. So we just need ECS data to kind of demonstrate the efficacy of that use pattern, but there's no need for additional residue work.
I would request keeping this a priority from the onion weed control needs standpoint.
Okay, staying in H then.
I also noticed that in the database comments, this is primarily focused on muck production, so there may be some caveats later on with that.
Okay. It's an H for now. Next one, pyroflufen ethyl on dry bulb onion. Status of this one has been updated to researchable or residue only. Is this one going to stay an A or be downgraded to a B?
Western region would like to keep that an A.
Okay, keep it an A. Next up is glufosinate on onion. This one is potential ECS before approval for residue. Staying in H, going down to an M.
I would say keep this in H.
Keep it in H. Next one we are skipping, that's the ecofolin methyl on onion, which has been put on hold. The one below that is bromoxynil on onion grown for seed. This is specifically for green onion seed production. Pardon me. So this one is currently under evaluation. Do we have anybody from New Farm who can comment on this one? All right, no one from New Farm on the line. So if this one does not change from under evaluation, it will not advance on the last day, but any comments for now on this one? I think we just treat these as A's right now if there's no status, right? Like that's the scale we use, right? Yeah.
We can move that to an M from the Western region.
Or a B in this case, yeah.
A B, what? Oh, because it's under evaluation.
Yeah, it's
Got
just
it.
A's. We
A
just
B.
pick one, yeah.
Thank
Okay. Next up is Flumioxazine. Oh, actually, we're on a new crop group now. We are now moving into crop group 4. Any last minute additions to crop group 4? Which is leafy veg, right? Yeah. All right. First one we got here is flumioxazine and pyroxasulfone on mustard greens grown for seed. This one is listed as potential ECS before residue.
We'd like to keep that as an H.
Keep it as an H. You got it. Next up is haloxaphin methyl and fluorosulam on spinach. This one needs ECS only because I'm pretty sure it's tolerance exempt, right? Yeah. I thought that was the one that was, right? Oh, you're right. I'm mixing them up. But regardless, needs ECS only. So staying as an H or going down to an M.
Just Mark Mangasso, University of Delaware, but this one, could you clarification on this? It says under HQ comments that Corteva is considering using?
Confined rotational data to support these requests without residue studies. So without needing to conduct any residue work. Folks from Corteva want to comment on this one? I think Karen's here, yes. Any comment from Corteva or yeah? Okay, yeah.
We are not sure what is this comment is.
Yeah, it's about the need for whether our residue data is needed. Go back to
Karen, can you do some work, background work and see if the confined rotational data looks like you could exempt yourself from this?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll follow up on this.
That's it. So leave the status as it is.
yeah, status stay as is for now. But status from the crowd. For now, H or M.
We'll take an H so that we can revisit it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next is metribuzin on spinach. This one is currently under evaluation. I believe that Adama is reviewing the ECS data to see whether or not it can be made researchable. Is that correct, Roger?
Yeah, because this is, we've already finished the ECS on that, so it's about residue permission.
Yes, we can move on for residue, researchable.
Change the residue only.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, great. So status changing this one to a residue, researchable, residue only. So with that, comments from the crowd, is this one going to be an A or be downgraded to a B?
No, states would like to keep it on A, please.
Like, keep it an A. Got it. Thank you. Next, we have sulfentrazone on spinach. This one is coded as potential, ECS before residue. Is this one going to stay in H or be downgraded to an M?
For
Like
the
to see
North
that
states, I
an
would
H.
like to keep it as an H.
Stay in H. Maybe you're saying the same thing. Yeah. All right. Next up, this one was changed to manufacturer holds. We'll jump to the next one. Metametron on Swiss chard. This one is also under evaluation. Comment from Adama about the status of this one.
The same for all others. We can leave as potential.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this one's potential. So from the crowd, staying an H or being downgraded to an M.
States would like to keep it as an H, please.
Keep it an H. All right. Now we're moving into crop group 5. Brassica head and stem, right? I'm quizzing myself on these. Anything that we missed that needs to be brought to the floor for crop group 5? If not, we'll start with the first one here. Flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on broccoli grown for seed. This one is potential, ECS before residue. Staying in H, going down to an M.
Western region can move that to an M.
Down to an M. All right, next one, flumioxazin, pyroxasulfone on cabbage grown for seed. Also potential. Same situation, or
Let's keep that as an H.
keep that one as an H. Okay.
Thank you.
And then we are moving into beans and peas. Anything from crop group 6 need to be brought to the floor. All right, starting with haloxafen, methyl, and fluorouracil on snapbean, coded as need ECS data only. This is the same situation as the previous one, though, about the confined rotational study. Same question to Corteva, but comments of the crowd, is this one going to stay in H or be downgraded to an M?
Keep it as an H, please.
Keep it as an H. Next, we have metribuzin on snapbean. This one is currently under evaluation. Once again, to Adama. Change in status here. I think this is also where it was being, the ECS data was being evaluated.
Yeah, can you remind me the ECS data was completed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so yeah, we can move to researchable for residue on this one.
Researchable, residue only. All right, so is this one going to stay in A or be downgraded to a B?
Stick with an A.
Stick with an A. You got it. Next one is sulfentrazone on snapbean. This is a potential ECS before residue. Stay in H or go down to an M.
See with as an H.
H. All right, next we have Linuron on edible potted and succulent shelled bean. This one is coded as researchable. This PR was created to replace PR 11772. Is this going to stay in A or go down to a B?
Keep this an A.
Keep it an A. Next, haloxafen methyl on and fluorouracil on lima bean. Needs ECS data only. Same, it's once again same question to Corteva, but in the meantime, H or M from the crowd.
H. And I'll just say, doing these series of studies, they're a heck of a lot easier to do them as a group with multiple crops than trying to do them individually. And so it's why a lot of these have A's. It's just, they're just more efficient for us to do the field research, having them grouped together.
Grouped together in terms of like multiple different crops, or just like multiple beans? Like, or are you talking about for the AI in general, or?
For the field trials, to conduct the field trials, if you're going to do lima beans and to do snap beans, it's much more efficient to do both those trials at the same time in the same field.
Understood. Next up is metribuzin on lima bean. Is this once again, Adama reviewing, same thing. I assume these are done. You're good to move to researchable?
Yeah. Same.
Okay. Researchable, residue only. So staying in A or going down to a B?
A.
A, you got it. Next up, we have 24DB on dried bean. This one's under evaluation. Do we have anybody from Alba here today? There's nobody from Alba to give an update. Just keep in mind that if this doesn't get changed from under evaluation, it will not move forward on the final day. In the meantime, want to keep this an A or move it down to a B?
A.
Stay in A. Next one, metametron on dried shelled bean. Jessica, is this changing to potential like the other ones, or?
Yes.
Okay, this one's changing to potential.
From
So
the
staying in A.
Northeast, please don't put it a B on this one. We have ongoing studies with metametron on bean. It's very injurious. So put it as an M, thank you.
Okay, so you're good to move metametron on bean to an M.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Can Western Region just keep it H for now, and then
keep it an H?
Yeah, just
Okay.
for now.
Good.
But very happy to hear there's data coming. So I just want to confirm. Let my contact.
Yeah, we have data from the Northeast on lima beans, red beans, on snap beans, either pre or post. It's extremely injurious.
Oh, it's very injurious.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you guys. I'll pass that information on to my.
At the lowest rate, at the 1x rate, at the 2x rate, you kill the beans.
Okay, thank you. I will pass that information on. I'm going to keep it as an H for now, and then just make them feel comfortable with my decision down the road. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay. Next up, we have pyroflufen ethyl on dried bean. This one's currently under evaluation. Do we have comment from this is Nichino, right? I saw Bill here. Bill's here somewhere. Yep. Bill, you got a mic? Or here you go.
Yes, I'm here. So we support this, if that's the question.
Yeah. Okay. So then what status is it going to be, potential or researchable? So do you need to see ECS first, or?
Yes, we need to see crop safety for sure.
Well, do you need to see it beforehand, or are you good to see it simultaneously with residue?
Probably beforehand.
Okay.
Yes.
So potential then. All right. Then to the crowd, staying in H or going down to an M?
Western Region would say H.
All right, H. All right, next up, pyridates on dried shelled bean. This one's under evaluation. Do we have a rep from Belchim here who can comment?
Hi, this is Emily Falls from Belchim. I'm online.
Yes, hi.
Hi. So we would support, I just wanted to know, is this just for black-eyed peas, or is this the intention of the whole crop group?
We would do a dried shelled bean that just got us the whole subgroup just for efficiency purposes here.
Okay, I think we would be cautious about the whole crop group. Pyridate can be hot on some bean genuses and not others as much. And so I think we would support the black-eyed peas. with potential
Okay.
efficacy crop tolerance, no residue, to see, because I don't think we have a lot of data available for this crop group. But it is
Okay.
something we could talk about further, but that's, I think at this point, we would just support the potential efficacy crop tolerance on black-eyed peas.
Okay. All right. So status change to potential, and just note that it is just for black-eyed peas for now. And then to the floor, staying in H or going down to an M.
H.
H. Next, we have saflufenicil on dried shelled bean. This one's under evaluation. Craig, do we have a status update from this?
Keep it under evaluation.
Keep it under evaluation. Is that kind of, is that
Is that going to stay through the?
yeah,
whole
is that final decision for the workshop?
That's what I said.
Oh,
Okay.
cool. Just confirming. So then I'm assuming this one will go down to a B if it's not.
Yeah, if it's going to remain under evaluation, we can take that down.
Great. All right. Next up, we have tiafenicil on dried shelled bean. This one's listed as potential. This one going to stay in H or go down to an M.
Western Region will keep it as an H for now.
Okay, stay in H. Next up, we have tolpyrrolate on dried shelled bean. Also potential H or going down to an M.
Keep it as an H.
Yep. Yes, Jerry.
So we just went through the whole dry bean section. We have a total of 6 H pluses, and we gave 6 H pluses or potential 6 H pluses just to dry shell beans. This is what we were talking about of having some reality here. You know, it's a head scratcher to me to think that we're going to get more than one dried bean. Can we start pruning these down as we're going through now, or why spend the time talking about them?
Any low-hanging fruit to cut before we move on?
Listen, if we're gonna cut a bean, I'm really gonna recommend cutting the metametron. We have 2 sites showing injury on phaseolus.
No, it was the metametron, I believe they said. Yeah.
I think Carrie makes a good point, though, that we do have stakeholders that have given us this information. And even if the information is going, that we know today that the information is going to be that we're going to come back and say, cut half the bean projects, we have to give them the courtesy. We ask for their input. We have to give them the courtesy to say, here's the information we received today. This is what we're looking at, and take their input again.
In that case, we will continue on to, where do we leave off? I think it was Linuron on dry pea. Yes. Linuron on dry pea. Oh, hold on. All right, we're good. This one is coded as researchable, residue, and ECS data needed. Is this one, this is different from the existing 09651. Is this one staying as an A or going down to a B?
B.
Down to a B. Next up is the last one in the beans and peas, topramazone on dry pea. This one was just updated, so it's not reflected on the spreadsheet that you guys have. It is coded as researchable, only residue data needed. So topramazone on dry pea. Is this one going to stay an A or go down to a B?
So this is a top priority for the North Central region. We'd like to keep it an A.
Keep it an A. That brings us to the end of the beans and peas. So there's nothing for foliage of beans and peas. So I'm assuming we're jumping to fruiting vegetable, crop group 8. Anything that needs to be brought to the floor. If not, we will start off with dimethenamide P on peppers. This one is currently under evaluation. Craig, do we have an update on this one?
I know that New Mexico is actually doing some crop safety screening work. Maybe some data is available. I have not seen it yet. So therefore, we cannot move it off under evaluation. So we need to keep it at that.
Yes, New Mexico is working on the data, and it's going to take at least one more year to get everything that BASF wants. So I want it on the list, but we'll go to a B.
Okay, down to a B. While data continues to be developed. Next up is ethylfluralin and clomazone on cantaloupe. Coded as potential ECS before residue.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Yes, would like to keep it as an A, please.
Okay, I'm fine with that. But this is a new crop group and we would like to pick one up that we left off.
Oh, we're on to cucurbits. You're right. I thought
Yeah.
we had more fruiting veg. Yes. Okay, so this one will be an H, like I think was said online, right? And then what is the new one that is getting added?
Okay, so just to clarify, we're keeping the A for cantaloupe, right? Okay, and then we overlooked
H,
the,
yeah.
the 13363. It's a metribuzin watermelon.
What was the PR number again?
13363.
All right. Good, David? Okay.
Thanks.
So I think, yeah, that one will come after the next one. So we will do flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on watermelon. This one is currently under evaluation. Is this Valent? Greg, are you online?
Yeah, we just need efficacy and crop safety for this. Apparently the residue or the tolerance it will be established in another study. So just efficacy, crop safety, please.
Is that something you guys are running or something that we're doing? We are? Okay.
So it's changed to efficacy and crop safety only because the tolerance gets covered by another project.
Yes, sir.
There it is. Yeah, we're doing cantaloupe. Got it. Okay, so ECS only. Is this one staying as an H or going down to an M?
H.
H. Next one, the just added metribuzin on watermelon. This one is under evaluation. We have a status on this from Adama.
So for this one, we'll need the residue. Mm-hmm.
Residue only, or is there any ECS data needed, or are we good with just residue?
Probably ECS also because we don't have that crop group approved.
Wasn't this included in that work, Mark?
Yes, we have
Yeah,
data for that.
Yeah, the ECS is done.
Okay, so residue.
Residue, okay.
Yes.
All right, residue only. So is this one staying an A or going down to a B? I'm assuming going
A.
up. A?
A.
A. A for metribuzin on watermelon. Next up is ethylfluralin and clomazone on cucumber. Potential ECS before residue. Go to an H or stay an H or going down to an M?
I have a question for Roger regarding this one, because we have a trial this year where we have squash and cucumber together with strategy at 1x and 2x rate. So is it covering this one, Roger? Is it covering this PR number?
The squash will cover just the squash unless you got cucumbers in your trial.
Yes, we got cucumber in the trial.
Oh,
So we have data for this one.
I'm
So-
not sure if that's gonna be sufficient, just one trial with cucumbers in it. So, the current status is still potential.
So for the Northeast, I would like to keep it as an H, please.
Hey, Roger. I've got cucumbers in my trial.
You got cucumbers in yours?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, but that's still ongoing right now?
Yeah, that's the pictures I showed you this morning. So I sprayed it on Wednesday.
Okay.
So,
Um,
but let's give it an H so that way we can talk about it tomorrow.
leave it as an H.
Yeah, but we'll talk about it tomorrow and see if it stays that way through tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where I wrote the protocol and suggested the other crops be included, but I didn't know which crops the researchers actually included. Gotcha.
Just harvested. We are done with harvesting this one, Roger, so no problem at all.
All right, staying in H for now. Next up is glufosinate on pumpkin, needs ECS data only. Staying in H, going down to an M. I didn't hear you, Matt. Okay.
Who do we know grows pumpkins?
Yeah. H, please.
H for glufosinate pumpkin. Next up is saflufenicil on pumpkin, coded as potential ECS before residue. H or an M.
We're okay with moving that to an M.
Any objections to moving this to an M?
3 different regions nominated this.
Western region, M is fine.
Going down to an M, going once, going twice.
Northeast, I would like to keep it as an H. I mean, especially for no-till system.
All right. Saflufenicil pumpkin is an H with the last second save. All right, that brings us to the end of the cucurbits. Looks like there are no requests for anything for citrus. So moving on to crop group 11, anything missed that needs to be added on the floor? All right, starting with pyroxasulfone on pear, coded as researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or going down to a B? Comments on pyroxasulfone pear?
Yeah, let's keep that as an A, Western region.
All right, that's an A. Next up is Phalasis. Oh, we're done with pome fruit already. Moving on to stone fruit, group 12. Anything to get added here? Nope. Starting with Flazosulfuron on cherry. Researchable, only residue data needed.
We would like to, oh, sorry, were you not done? Sorry, we'd like to get the crop group for this, for cherry, peach, and plum, A's.
So A's for this one and the next two. All right. Jumping ahead to what page is this one? Cherry, peach, plum. On to 2,4-D choline on caneberry. This one's currently under evaluation.
Can I ask a quick question about the previous one with the crop group, flazosulfuron?
Sure, yes.
If it's registered in Canada, does that help in any way?
We would still, in theory, need to generate our own data to cover the crop groups, and depending on what data was generated, if I would strongly suspect that it wouldn't be able to be shared between the countries.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to add, we don't have enough trials to cover the requirements in the US. We could certainly share the data that we've generated if it's the same use pattern, but it would have to supplement your trials, basically. So.
Thank you.
All right, so back to 2,4-D choline on caneberry. This one's currently coded as under evaluation. Do we have a comment from Corteva on the status of this?
So Corteva's comment is we are unfortunately not in the position to make a label amendment to add new uses at this time. We could keep under evaluation
we're open for other suggestions. But unfortunately, we're not able to make any amendments at this point in the label.
Okay.
Is hold
I was
an option that can be
yeah, I was gonna
removed?
say if you put it to hold, we'll bring it up at our company meetings like every summer when we talk with you. And if the situation changes, we can change the status then. But if there's gonna be no movement for the foreseeable future, hold is probably the appropriate status.
Okay, sounds good.
Right. All right. Status update for 240 choline to hold. No, not just hold. Yeah, it's just hold. Yeah, I not really hold. It kind of falls into that. We separate EPA hold, but the hold will cover a manufacturer hold. So this one will go to a B for now. All right. Next one, the ecofolin methyl on blueberry. This one is coded as potential. Oh, actually, we're on a new group now, group 13. No, wait, we're already in group 13. I'm losing it. Ignore me. Ecofolin methyl on blueberry, coded as potential, residue before, or performance before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
H, please.
H for ecofolin methyl blueberry. Highbush blueberry, yeah. Next is pyroxasulfone on highbush blueberry. This one's under evaluation. Do we have a status update from Kumei? Is Rena here?
I want first of all, why this yellow pyroxasulfone? It's a pollinator study or?
This is Anna
Just
from
one second,
EPA.
just gonna pull it up.
Sorry, Alicia, can you remind me if I know this question is coming from the registrant, but I just don't want to step on toes if I'm not supposed to be giving out reasons. I just want to be fair across the workshop. If I could give reasons why a certain chemical is, whichever color, I'm happy to do it on an individual level, but I don't know if I'm supposed to say it out loud to everybody.
I suppose if Rena is okay with you sharing, that's fine. Otherwise, you can just chat right there since y'all are close to each other.
So this one is pollinator data needs.
So we already submit pollinator data and the EP accept our data. Okay.
For this specific project request. And so I'm not sure if you submitted it for other uses, but for, okay. Okay. Right.
So back to the pertinent question then, status update for this one. Are we good to move it to something actionable or either
Sorry, Tom, or yeah.
searchable or potential?
Yeah, we want to see the efficacy data before going to residue study.
That works. So its
Yeah.
status is potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
So to the floor, stay in H or go down to an M for pyroxasulfone on highbush blueberry.
In that case, the nurses would like to see it as an H, please.
H, thank you. Next, ecofolin methyl on lowbush blueberry, mixing it up. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
So we would like to keep this in H for now. I'm waiting to hear from the stakeholder that put in the request. There is a chance that we would be okay with 13968 if it covers the low bush needs. Since the use pattern's slightly different, we want to just hear from them before we downgrade. Roger, do you have any comments on that?
I think the use patterns are drastically different.
Yeah.
In this. Residue wise, the high bush should cover it because that's in crop. The low bush is like in the non-bearing year as even then as a dormant spray. So that's the residue on the high bush would definitely cover that.
Okay. Well, we're going to hold on to this until we talk to the requester. So keep it in H.
All right. Next one is a purafenicil on grape, coded as potential, ECS before residue. This one staying in H or going down to an M?
We'd like to keep it in H.
Stays in H. Next up is flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on strawberry. This one's coded as under evaluation. We have a comment from Greg about the status of this.
So Valent is okay with this. So it's really Kumiai's decision.
Rena?
So yeah, this premixture is up to Valent. So Valent is okay. We are okay too.
Then we only need residue for this. We don't need crop safety.
All right, searchable, residue only. So, staying in A or going down to a B for flumioxazin and pyroxasulfone on strawberry. North
A,
Central.
please.
A, all right. Next up, Turbisil on strawberry. This one is researchable, only residue data needed.
Can TKI comment on whether this is still Florida only or if we could open it up to other states or nationally?
For this one, can we give you feedback a little bit? Just afterwards, we reach out to you.
Sure. Are we thinking within the workshop or after the workshop?
Uh,
What was that? I didn't catch the last part. Okay. Yes, that's fine. We'll leave it an A for now.
All right, Turbisil strawberries an A for now. Next up is Triglypir on cranberry. Potential ECS before residue. Staying in H.
I have a question regarding this one. I mean, the Cranberry Institute at Rutgers, we provided data for the last 2 years regarding crop safety. So why do we still need to get crop safety data for this one?
Roger, I'll kick this one to you.
I think because they hadn't got a priority yet to where we had to ask that question.
Okay, thanks, Roger.
So I guess the question is Triglypir is Helena, right? This question is Yeah, so the question is Helena satisfied with what's already on file to allow it to move forward with residue?
And I haven't heard back from them on that.
Roger, when we started, we were working with Helena and then somehow it got switched to Corteva. So is Helena the registrant for this project again, or is it Corteva?
We've worked with both with Triclopyr in the past. So I'm not sure why I got switched.
Oh, okay. I mean, they did, when we originally reached out before we even started screening it, we were talking with Helena and they seemed very open to it. So I was curious which one was in current talks.
I'm not sure. I thought this was a Helena request actually. When I think when it came in, it was a Helena product, wasn't it, on the request?
Yeah, it was the Tricera, and then when we got to the food use workshop, it was Corteva that was answering about it. I think we've had this as on the list for at least 2 years at this point, so.
Not sure what to tell you right now, other than should we keep it an A and then talk to both registrants?
Yeah, we would love an A.
H, of course, yeah.
Yeah, an H or an A if we could. That would be great.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to the end of the berries. Moving on to the tree nuts, crop group 14. Anything to add here, or are we good to, I'm good to move forward? All right, first one is 1 ACC on pecan or pecans. This one status has been updated to potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M? What's up?
Our sheet said 13956. Yeah, our sheet says hold.
Has this been updated or what's the?
Got notification, and my note here says 9/8, which is like yesterday.
We
They
had
changed it to
a second update on this one
It's
from the
potential.
manufacturer.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, so potential is the accurate status.
That's correct. This is Greg.
Okay, so staying in H or going down to an M?
For now, let's keep it as an H. I thought this was on hold, and so I'm gonna need to talk to an H for now. I'm gonna need to talk to the stakeholder for this and Ethifon as well.
Okay.
Because I just thought that 1 ACC was gone for this year, so. Yeah, an H for 13956 and an A for the Ethifon.
A for the Ethifon.
You got it.
Yeah. Yeah, worth noting that the Ethifon is orange, so keep that in mind for prioritization purposes. Yeah, that's fair. The next one is on hold. We were skipping over that one. And jumping to haloxyphene methyl and fluorocelam on hazelnut. This one is researchable, residue and ECS data needed. This one's staying in A or going down to an M, or A or down to a B. To use all potentials.
Apologies, got to interrupt. Got a question
Okay.
about pecan Ethifon. Would the hazelnut cover that? Apparently hazelnut's being done right now.
No, your rep crops for tree nuts are almond and pecan.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. We can move on.
All right, so the haloxyphene methyl and fluorocelam on hazelnut researchable, staying in A or go down to a B.
A, please.
A. All right, we're done with tree nuts. We are moving on to cereal grains, group 15. Anything to add here? All right, starting with SMOC on intermediate wheatgrass. This one's currently potential, ECS before residue. Staying in H or going down to an M?
We can move it to an M.
Down to an M. Thank you. Next up is sulfosulfuron on intermediate wheatgrass. This one is needs ECS data only. Staying in H or going down to an M?
We can also move this to an M.
Also an M, thank you. Next one, naproxamide on quinoa. This one is potential, ECS before residue.
So there's a bunch of data that came from an integrated solutions study for crop safety and efficacy. Has the registrant had an opportunity to review that data for this request?
I'll kick that to you.
Yeah, I don't think we've, the pre-emergence, we've got one of our pre-emergence trials in, and the other one hasn't been submitted yet. I think, is it a two no, we're missing the post from year one, right? Yeah, that's where I am with
I
it.
don't know. Yeah. How about I double check my records? We'll keep this as an H for now, but it will likely, if we don't have the data by
I'll check
Thursday, it'll be
I'll
downgraded.
check too, but yeah,
Okay.
keep it as it is and we'll get back to it. Yeah.
All right.
H for now.
Thank you.
Next up is quizalofop on buckwheat. S1 is researchable, only residue data needed.
So North Central Region is okay to move this to a B, but Western Region can put their input.
Yeah, we were gonna keep it as an A. There was some details about, like, do we still have support from the manufacturer for this study?
Yeah, Roger, you got confirmation from Gowan for this one, right? The Gonzalez Pop one.
Yeah, Gowan supports that.
Okay, in that case, let's keep it as an A.
All right. A for Gonzalez Pop and buckwheat. Next one is amicarbazone on sweet corn, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying an A or going down to a B?
We'd like to keep that as an A, Western region.
Amicarbazone stays an A. Next up is bicyclopyrone and bromoxynil on grasses grown for seed. This one status is updated to researchable residue only. We'll note for this one that grasses grown for seed will require a weight of the evidence argument, as it is not a minor or specialty crop.
Apologies, do we have an update on the under evaluation?
Yeah, up here it looks like it was changed to researchable residue only.
Yeah, we'd like to keep
Yeah,
that
that's
as
just
an A.
recently. Luis told us that like a day or two ago.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Western region would like to keep that as an A.
All right. Keep in mind, we will require a weight of the evidence argument, so we will need to have justification for IR4 to do it. What?
You will get it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, keep missing that. Yep. Yeah, that was crop group 17. Anything new being added for, I guess, 16 as well, or 17? No? All right. So we got the status for that one. Then we are jumping past 18. 19 is defunct. So now 20, the pronamide on canola. This is one that was noted earlier as being flagged as red because it is a potential project for something, for an AI that is coded as red. So I believe we were just moving past these, correct?
We strongly recommend not pursuing a red AI, even if the project only involves product performance testing. However, again, this is your call.
Good to knock this one down to an M.
Yes.
Great. M for that one. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we're in the crop group. Yeah. So crop group 20, anything to add for crop group 20? This is your oil seeds.
My apologies, Tom. I think actually I think someone from the group might have missed a tomato consideration from crop group 8 because I don't think we didn't have anything in crop group 8, correct?
No, there was like one pepper one back up there.
There was a pepper.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Turn on your mic.
Thank you for that, Carrie. Zach Bagley, California Tomato Research Institute. Yeah, we do have an ongoing PR 13884. Sorry, I missed it because I was waiting for tomatoes and there wasn't any. We want to upgrade that to researchable. We've been doing crop safety and efficacy. We've just gotten data. We're working with the manufacturer. They're very interested in moving forward with residues. We weren't able to do that prior to the workshop because the data wasn't in yet. So we'd like to see that upgraded to researchable.
This is the maleic hydrazide on tomato.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. So we have confirmation from the registrant that it is okay to move this to researchable?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's jump to this one real quick. This is, yeah, I assume it's residue only, right? Because we're good on the performance. Great. All right. So maleic hydrazide on tomato. Status of this one. This is going to be an A or going down to a B?
The hope would be an A.
A for now. Jumping back down to the canola where we left off. It's pyroxasulfone on sesame. Researchable, only residue data needed. Staying an A or going down to a B?
Keep it an A, please.
Keep it an A. Are these is it a duplicate? No, it's dipramazone. All right, acafolin methyl on sunflower, coded as researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Is this one staying in A or going down to a B?
A.
A for acafolin methyl sunflower. Next is topramazone on sunflower. This one has just been updated. It's not reflected on your sheets. This one is now researchable, only residue data needed.
A.
Here an A. What's up? Yeah, just didn't. That's a good point. So just a note that sunflower does require a weight of the evidence argument, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, because normally we get a lot of safflower requests to cover some that wind up covering sunflower. But so just keep that in mind for the acafolin methyl on sunflower.
Oh, sorry. We can make the topramazone sunflower a B. And same for acafolin.
Right, topramazone sunflower a B.
Yes.
All right. Now we're on epirafenicil on safflower. This one's researchable, only residue data needed.
A.
A for epiracil and safflower. Next, acafolin methyl on safflower. This one has also just been updated to researchable, residue, and ECS data needed.
A.
A for the safflower. Next up is topramazone safflower. This one has also just been updated, researchable, only residue data needed.
A.
A for the safflower. Right? All right, that finishes off crop group 20. Nothing for 21, which is mushrooms. Any mushroom requests we missed? I assume not. Moving on to stalk and stem vegetables, group 22. Starting off with glufosinate on asparagus. Craig, do we have a status update for this one?
I think I do. So this was a potential project, and it's a post-harvest use after the spears have been harvested, but before the ferns emerge for burn down weed control with glufosinate. The potential trials look good. They were been finished. I think Roger has sent the performance summary. So everything looks good. We can support the use. However, glufosinate racemic, BSF has now registered the isolated isomer, glufosinate P, and for any new crop use, starting a residue study going forward, we would prefer it be considered on glufosinate P. So we're kind of in a gray zone for this particular project. I know it's glufosinate. Glufosinate P is a new active ingredient. So I'll leave it to the folks in the front table to determine what to do with this predicament. We do.
Oh, wait, whoa.
No, let me finish, Roger.
I thought you told me that the new thing would never be moved to specialty crops. It was always going to be in field crops, and we'd have to stick with racemic.
Do you believe everything I tell you, Rod?
Did you not?
So
you not tell me that?
We're in a unique situation here. We are supportive of the use. We would prefer the use be on the isolated isomer glufosinate P.
Oh, that's great news, but okay.
But not for maybe this food use workshop, no.
So can I ask a question? Does that refer then to all the other glufosinates that we talked about, like in pumpkin or?
No. Pumpkin was registered. That's.
Oh, okay, okay.
We're kind of in between here. So
okay, thank you.
Any new crop that we're starting to generate data on from for sure residue, and I would say that some of the crop safety here too. We would like to switch to glufosinate P.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I'll defer to Jerry. This, just to confirm, we can, assuming that the requester for this PCR agrees with changing it from glufosinate to glufosinate P, we could make that update to the data, that change. Yes, okay. Now, Nita, do you know who requested it?
Christina, I believe we did that with the sugar cane last year, if you need an example to work off of.
The glufosinate sugarcane was handled the same way.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. So, but we do need an agreement from the state, from the requester, which I don't know who it is.
Yeah, Michigan, New Jersey.
Or requesters, it seems, in this case.
All right, and so this would also just be residue only, right? Craig, are we good on the efficacy?
Well, as Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story, there is a slight rate differential between the racemic and resolved isomer, and any project with glufosinate P will have a slightly higher rate, which then we would like to see at least some additional crop safety. So IR4 has completed this project from a potential perspective. We are not ready to change it and upgrade the status to researchable at this point, at least until it goes to glufosinate P. You've met your data requirements as a potential for this project.
So this is Susan, real quick. Sushi in Michigan was the one who made the request, it looks like, from the database. And because there was a performance study done under glufosinate, again, this is a management call or whatever, but I believe we would have to do a new PR number as well if for some reason it was agreed to do residue. And the others, because I don't know that Sushi's still with us, the others were Thierry Bessicone, is it Seth Myers, Steve Meyer, Indiana, and Lynn Sosnowski in New York. Those are the other, they're the SSRs. Terry S. Meyer.
Yeah, I would support it, but we did the work. And now we are told that because we should have used glufosinate P, we need to discount what we did.
Craig, this is post-harvest, I believe, right? On the ferns in the fall?
Yeah, this
Yes.
is
Yes.
post-harvest after the spears have been removed, but before the ferns emerge. So I guess at this point, I'll reiterate, for glufosinate, for this PCR, we are not ready to move it to researchable. For next year's food use workshop, if it's resubmitted and reconsidered and renominated as glufosinate P, I think the registrant could move it to researchable for the 26 food use workshop.
Okay, so what you're saying is you do not want this to advance this year. You would like to see a separate request come in for glufosinate P, evaluate that, and then give a status to that project?
That is correct, Thomas.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess it would change to manufacturer will not support because they're not supporting glufosinate, and then with a comment to that they will support glufosinate P. Okay. So since this one is technically changing, the manufacturer will not support, cannot advance this year. But a note to the requesters to get in a request for glufosinate P, because it sounds like that's what the ASF will allow us to move forward with.
Terry, can you submit a request, please?
Yes, I will submit a request. It's really, I mean, we did the work with glufosinate, and we'll have to do it with glufosinate P now, even if they have the same level of efficacy.
And in the request, put the rates down based on racemic, but they may change based on what Craig said. The rates may be changed a little bit. And
okay,
I anticipate efficacy and crop safety data will be needed then.
I will do, Roger.
We're fine. Yeah. So after that has been parsed out, we are moving to new crop group. We're moving on to tropicals. These are the edible peel ones. So group 23. Anything last minute to add for group 23? All right, then we are leading off with icafolin methyl on olive, currently coded as researchable, residue and ECS needed. Keep it an A or down to a B?
A.
A. Rimsulfuron on fig, researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Keep an A or down to a B?
A.
A for fig. Fluorpyroxafen benzyl on date. Status has been updated to need ECS data only. H or down to an M?
H.
H for fluorpyroxafen benzyl.
Just a note, I guess, on the fluorpyroxafen for date. We've reviewed the data, the existing data, and I guess our position, we're not able to amend the label for the use of for dates. However, we are open if there's something we can work. I guess this coming from California, right?
Yeah.
So I guess 2 points. The first one is with the data, if we're bringing to California, and my understanding there are some weeds that are not currently on the label, we wouldn't need the minimum rate on to be tested. And I don't believe that there is currently on it. I think for crop safety, we are okay with it, with the current data. And we said that with the label, we are open for a local registration, a 24C registration, if that's okay for the specific request. So this will be this additional note on the updates.
Yeah. Yeah, so you're okay with doing it as a 24C then in probably just California actually, but yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine from our perspective. Okay, so that's an H. On to glufosinate on date. This one is under evaluation. Craig?
I keep it under evaluation. I did see that there was some crop safety data from an integrated solutions project. We also have registrations on other tropical and subtropicals, but we have not done our standard greenhouse pot study on essentially beach sand. What we've learned that there are differences in tropicals between, for example, dragon fruit and passion fruit. So since we have not done this on date palm, keep this under evaluation.
Okay, so this will stay under evaluation, so we'll move it down to a B because it will not move forward at the food use workshop.
Thank you.
All right, next one is flumioxazin on mango. No, Craig, so not Craig, Greg, we spoke about this one. We're good to just change this to needs ECS data only. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yep. So this is needs ECS data only. The residue data is already covered with avocado and banana that have already been submitted. So just need ECS data to be able to add mango to the label. Is this one staying as an H or going down to an M?
Southern region is fine to move this to an M, but we'll defer to the west.
It's fine with me.
Down
Thanks.
to an M. Thank you. Another mango, indaziflam on mango. This one is also needs ECS data only. Stay in H or down to an M?
H, please.
H for indaziflam. Saflufenicil on mango. Mango's popular today. Researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Stay in A or down to a B? Saflufenicil on mango.
So, Dirk, is the Minor Use Foundation still interested in this one? You want some time to think about it? We can talk about it.
He's grabbing this thing.
We should just talk about it offline at the break.
Okay. Let's keep it as an A for now.
And then go from there.
Okay. We'll keep it as an A for now and we will update in the
right.
near future.
Stay an A for the moment.
Thank you.
That ends the tropicals. Now we're moving into herbs, group 25. Anything last minute to add in herbs? Then starting with pyroxasulfone on mint. This one is currently under evaluation. Rena, do you have an update for us on the status of this?
Roger, what's the specific use there? Because mint, it's already registered in mint. We have it labeled in mint. Is it green? Is it greenhouse mint maybe perhaps?
Yes, pyroxasulfone.
Yeah.
It's it's post cut. Pyroxasulfone mint. Make one post cut broadcast application.
The other one that we have on file is it's under PR 10792. It's a very old one. Wow. And it looks like this one is labeled, that use is labeled, but not nationally. Let me see what the.
And that one's a dormant application. Pyroxasulfone dormant for that. It's the old one.
Yeah. Okay. So that old one is a dormant application. New one is post cut.
Yeah. You're giving me this confused looks. What's up?
I'm just curious where that request came from because
I think that came from Indiana.
Where?
It's Indiana, so it's Steve Myers probably.
Well, that's okay. That makes sense because it's labeled everywhere except for the Midwest. So
that therefore the confused look.
we have
okay, thank
piles
you.
of data to support it. It's whether or not BASF wants to expand the label, and Craig and I have had many conversations about that. So
the first question is whether or not this can change from under evaluation. And the second question is whether or not there is support or what the status is from the room. Does Kumi, I have comment on this?
It's red.
So
Steve, you're saying it's registered post cut everywhere but the Midwest.
it is registered, post labeled for all the far west states that mint's produced. I would love to have it labeled for Wisconsin, Indiana, and Michigan for my mint producers there. That'd be wonderful. They'd be super happy, but I don't. But I don't know if that really concerns IR4, I guess is what I'm saying. Because the tolerance is already established. Everything's there.
Question from online or?
Yeah, this is Dan Hyder from Wisconsin. Just a little insight. The only reason it is not labeled in the Midwest is because we had the processing trial and the 5X rate killed it. And the registrant, though we've talked to them many times, cannot get past the fact that it killed the crop, as a 5X rate should. I don't know what else to add to that. We've talked till we were blue in the face, and they will not label it because of that.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that because you and Jed and I have all had that conversation. So that is correct.
So I just wanted to confirm because I'm only seeing, I've got the Zidua label pulled up and it only states for the dormant application I don't know if it's not labeled for a post-cut application anywhere unless there's something that I'm missing.
Nope, not labeled on postcut because
right. Okay, so
we were told years ago that that was not going to fly.
I thought you said 2 minutes ago that it's registered post-cut everywhere but the Midwest.
I meant dormant, sorry.
Yeah, okay. So this new request is a valid request because it would,
undervaluation.
it would result in higher residues than a dormant application and would require residue work. So back to the original question, it's still under evaluation. Do we have support to move this to an actionable status?
So I want to know what the, actually, I don't know what the request. We have Mint, but I guess that's a region. Do you want, I want to know what the request.
So Mint is currently labeled for a dormant application. The request from this PCR is for making the application after the first Mint cutting during like the second Mint growth cycle. So the expectation would be that because of when this is going on, you would, in theory, expect higher residues than you're seeing from the dormant application, and that would necessitate a residue study. So right now this is under evaluation. So the question is whether or not there is support for changing the status of this to either potential, so ECS before residue, or if there aren't concerns about that, then changing it to researchable and allowing us to move ahead with residue work.
I will discuss internally, externally.
Okay. Then it'll remain under evaluation for now. Now back to the crowd. Is this one going to stay as an A or go down to a B?
So after all of that, we can move this to a B.
Okay. No, it's fine to have the discussion. All right, Paroxysmal phone, Mint down to a B. Next up, SMOC on Mint. This one is coded as potential ECS before residue. It's another North Central request.
Yeah, we're okay to move this to an M.
Down to an M for SMOC. Now we're finally moving into the miscellaneous crops. Anything to add to these last minute? Starting with glufosinate on Globe artichoke. I'll just kick this over to Craig to comment. Oh, sorry, this one's already been coded as will not support. Don't need any further comment. Same with the next one, the flufenicet, metribuzin, Camas. So the next actionable one we have is pendimethalin on Camas. This one is currently under evaluation. This is also BASF to comment, or?
We did comment and we don't support.
Okay, that's what I thought.
The request went to UPL after that. I think they replied, but I don't have it here or in my notes.
Yeah, we don't support either.
Okay.
Takes care of that.
I did have it in my notes. UPL agrees with BASF.
Okay.
Got it.
Status changed to will manufacturer will not support. Moving on to rimsulfuron on Camas. This one does have an update. This one is potential ECS before residue. Staying in H or down to an M. Rimsulfuron Camas.
I'd like to keep it in H for now.
H or rimsulfuron Camas.
Thomas, I just have an update on that specific, the Camas rimsulfuron. So we support this use. This is gonna be a similar, more localized registration, so 24C registration for that use, and we certainly would like to see if there's any crop safety issues before moving to residue.
Seems like a check. This is for rimsulfuron we were commenting on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Karen, I think when you sent me that, I think we got that comment already in the database.
Yep, pulled it up. It is currently reflected in our database. Okay. We're good on rimsulfuron. Jumping down to, I lost myself here. Clopyralid on field pennycress. This one has been updated to researchable, residue and ECS data needed. Staying in A or down to a B?
We'd like to keep this in A.
Staying in A. Next up, pyroxasulfone on field pennycress. This one is under evaluation. Do we have an update on the status from Kumeyaay?
Still under evaluation.
Okay, is that going to stay that way for the duration of the workshop, or are you still looking internally?
Still discuss. I will take, yeah, not during workshop. Yeah, still under evaluation.
Okay, so it's not gonna change for the course of the work. Is that what you're saying? Okay, all right. So change to a B and move along for that one. Now we're moving into the hemps. Pyroxasulfone on hemp, currently potential ECS before residue.
We're good with moving that to an M.
M for pyroxasulfone. Next up is tolpyrrolate on hemp, potential, same situation.
Also an M.
M for tolpyrrolate. Kind of shotgun these. Oh, that's it for hemp. Now we are on to hops. Apiraphenicil on hops. This is potential.
Western region is okay with moving that to an M.
Does Northeast agree? And the Northeast was apparently the requester here as well.
Yeah, we're good.
You're good? Okay, down to an M. And then last one, glufosinate P on peanut. Now, Craig, I believe the intention is actually that we currently have a peanut residue study that we are attempting to bridge that data to cover the residue needs on glufosinate P.
Yes,
that is the approach?
yeah, that is correct. Even though I responded researchable or need residue only, as we had discussed, if IR4 is accepting our proposal and EPA also is cooperative, that the residue data on the racemic glufosinate could then also be extended to glufosinate P for peanut. So really no residue data should be needed.
Yeah, and you're not asking for additional performance data for this, so I don't believe that this one needs to be nominated. I believe this can get kicked down to a B, and we should be able to cover it with what we've got already. I'll wait until we like fully formally work it out, but that's the intention. Yeah, but yeah, that is the status for now. Okay, what? Yeah, we could do it. Give it a B. Yeah, because we're gonna try to cover it with.
Do you promise?
Yes.
To be promise, right?
Say again. What?
As long as I can put in writing that you promise.
Say again.
Do you promise? Do you promise, Thomas?
Yeah. I will do everything in my power to make this happen. BASF wants it. EPA we're cooperative, so. Ugh, that's a lot of pressure.
It's the Thomas promise.
If it falls through and it comes up again next year, I'll pull out a dunce hat and I'll wear it for
There's a whole group of people who will be here to help me with that situation.
No, that for real, that is the intention, is that we were trying to bridge this data to cover it, and the expectation is that we should be able to. All right, and that brings us to the end of the weed science or the weed science food use section. Yeah, okay, so we'll reach out.
All right, well, thank you, Thomas, for guiding us through the spreadsheet. Now, I have some good news and some not so good news. Which one should I start with first? The bad news? How about the good news? Let's start with those first. We are perfectly on time for our break, which will start basically now, and we'll resume at 4 o'clock. On the not so good side, we started with 91 weed science nominated projects, and we're down to 62. It's good progress. I'm not saying that it's not good progress, but I strongly encourage the stakeholders, you all, to engage in discussions with the regional field coordinators, gather up together, pick Roger's brain or our regulatory team, and let's try to narrow down this list. Otherwise, it will be a challenge on Thursday morning. So we appreciate your consideration in that regard. With that being said, Enjoy some treats, some coffee if you need so, and be back here 4 o'clock sharp.
Oh, well, he's out the door, so.
Tried as best she could. Which one are you looking for?
No, but we wouldn't necessarily do it 6 times. It wouldn't be like a 6 act of one trial either. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's for.
I don't. But listen, I also. No.
Yeah, 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 I see. Yeah, yeah. Well. There might be some negotiation in there of like, we want to do it for half the amount or something.
Right. But that she submitted it. She said she submitted it.
Right.
So I don't have any. Do you know what's with the phone? 14. Oh, yes, I am. I can look at the database. Oh, I'll go. Yeah, because he said that it could be, it could be.
No, this is a
That's a
different one,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Well, I guess if it's under evaluation, they're gonna be discussed.
Yeah, do you have a 2-4?
Fully.
Yeah, just the 2-4.
And that one, yeah, that one we are not able to support, or it's on hold.
Right.
However, for this one, I didn't pay attention on the discussion,
I don't have any
Yes.
notes. I just have
and it's
and somebody submitted wanted it as A. So
I'll follow up, let me follow up with the broader
them
thing is there, yeah,
Yeah.
it's the 240, okay. Let me,
14:51.
14, oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. We don't get involved in discussion of this. So you don't know what's next. Yeah, I'm talking to Roger about this, so my understanding is they reach out before putting the protocol, our previous protocol, improve using data. If everything goes well, after, I don't know how many experiments you run, then I guess. My problem is successful. It's gonna be reaching out to basically all the problems. That's there's a good stress. You don't understand like but it may come up with the organization, which is the word just and then we say oh yeah. Right. Right. This is for like the session that just went through. For the audience, right? There's all mixed from party work. We're not meeting to at any point. It's just but I mean, there's no well, not from the aerospace projects. It's hard to rise up.
We're so far removed, so researchable risk agencies.
Hopefully you enjoy the treats we had and the beautiful specialty crops that we had available for a good healthy snack. We are now going to transition into discussing the integrated solutions priorities. And to do so, we'll have to cover a couple of concepts first. Let's talk about the priority scale that is used for integrated solutions priorities. Again, here we use a scale that goes from A to F, with A being the projects that have the highest priorities. Again, all the projects we'll discuss today are currently considered in A priorities, and you'll be asked whether you want to downgrade those projects from an A to a B. Next slide, please. Friendly reminder, the workshop goals for integrated solutions is to identify 5 national priorities, 4 regional priorities with 1 priority per region, and up to 2 sponsored projects. I think and again, next slide, please. And again, a brief reminder, a national priority will be considered a projects that end up being nominated by more than 1 region. And a regional priority is a project that will be nominated by only 1 region. Okay, I guess we can switch to the spreadsheet. Is this a big enough format for you? Can you read it easily? Yes, okay, I see a couple of thumbs up, thank you. Let's go over this table. It is slightly different from the previous one, in the sense that if you see at column C, that keeps track of the number of regions that supported the project that you see here from the online nominations. Again, the online nomination occurred in the month of August from the 15th through the 25th, which is when the regions and other stakeholders made their initial priorities. And if you check column from D through G, you'll see where the support came from. NE stands for Northeast region, NC stands for North Central, S stands for Southern, and W stands for Western. One additional thing to see here is in column K. The code there indicates whether the project was meant to support organic production, or whether the project was for a residue mitigation goal, or PPWS stands for past problem without solutions. And I believe those are the codes that and resistance, whether the project was submitted to address any resistance challenges that growers are currently facing. With that being said, again, if you look at the very first line, we had 9 total nominated with science projects, and we have to downgrade the priorities to be able to fit in the 11 project caps across the 3 disciplines. Okay, I guess we can now start discussing the projects, unless there's any questions from the audience first. So I'm gonna pause for a second. Any questions or comments before we get started? Okay, I guess we can get started. Let's look at the first line, IS 00418. Control of annual weeds on carrot. And this project was submitted for organic productions. And we received support from 1 region, which is the Northeast region. Do we keep this project in A, or do we want to downgrade it to a B?
We can take a B.
Okay, we'll make it a B. Next, we're going to talk about IS 00453, control of annual weeds in sweet potato. This is a residue mitigation proposal, and that received one nomination from the Western region. Should we keep an A and A?
I'd like to keep that a regional. Keep it a A.
We'll keep it an A. Moving on, IS 00520, control of broadleaf weeds in beans. And the support came from two regions, Northeast and Western region. Do we want to keep it an A?
Western region would like to keep it an A.
What about the Northeast?
We support that.
Okay, so we'll keep it an A for both regions. IS 00421, fruit thinning in the palm fruit group. This proposal was received to support organic production, and support came from the Western region.
Western region, we can turn that down to a B.
We'll turn that a B. IS 00450, control of Oriental bittersweet in apple. Support came from the Northeast region.
A.
We'll make it an A, thank you. IS 00398, control, actually fruit thinning here on peach. Support came from the Northeast.
We can take a B.
Let's downgrade that to a B. IS 00451, control of Oriental bittersweet in peach. And support came from the Northeast.
We can take a B.
Actually, Northeast would like to keep it as an A.
Okay, we'll make it an A. Thank you. IS 00401, control of annual weeds in organic rice. Again, the support is from the Western region for organic production.
We'd like to keep that an A for now.
We'll keep that an A. And then the very last one, IS 00489, flower reduction or elimination in stevia. And support comes from the Southern region.
I'd like to keep that an A.
Okay, we'll keep that an A. So wrapping up, we started with 9 nominated projects and we are down to 6. It's some progress. I guess this wraps up the integrated solution session. It went very quickly. It won't be the same for entomology and plant pathology because we have about approximately 40 proposals to discuss. Now, I'm gonna turn it back to you. I suggest to take this time to discuss the resident product performance projects, engage in those discussions sooner rather than later. However, this is your call. And otherwise, friendly reminder, we have a reception tonight from 5:30 to 7:30 in the same room where we had lunch. It will be a great opportunity to network and mingle with fellow attendees. Most importantly, look out for the blue tag. I am told that this year we had a very large number of first-time attendees, approximately 1/4 of the total attendees. So we kindly ask for those who have been attending for more than once, for more time, to reach out to these folks and connect with them and encourage them and celebrate their attendance. to the food use workshop for the first time. But most importantly, don't forget, this will be an opportunity for you to honor and celebrate Jerry again, who's preparing to retire at the end of the year after more than 40 years of service.
Alicia, can I
Yes.
make a suggestion about one of the integrated solutions?
For sure, go ahead.
For the one with the beans, for IS 00520, I'd just like to throw out for any interested groups for consideration that the PCRs of 14049 to 14055 would actually be good considerations. Those chemistries would actually be good considerations for this integrated solutions project because it doesn't actually come with any suggested chemistries. And I would suggest testing them on a Phaseolus, a Vigna, and a Pisum species crop.
Thank you, Lynn. This is Carrie. How you doing out there?
Good.
I advised Nathan to put in all those requests and then also put in an IS so that depending on how it all played out, we could whip up an IS study. But now it's just a question of how and where, which bucket. So thank you, Lynn. I love that. That makes sense out there. Thanks.
Yeah, just my 2 cents of where that might be a good screening, especially because I felt like with the metametron, we didn't see the species kind of fall out the way I thought they might have from sensitivity. So this might just be a good place to test that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. That was a good observation. Appreciate your input. Any other comment or final questions before we wrap up?
I have a question. So a number of years ago, I thought it was the goal of the US and Canada to be on the same page as far as
having studies done that where each country could use the data and you could bring if a product is labeled in Canada, you could bring it to the US and vice versa. Am I remembering wrong? And so that because like I've known of a couple of products where something was done in Canada, but was told we don't have the right data here.
So IR4 and Canada always do look for instances where we can have joint projects where we can conduct them together and share the data between us to get registration simultaneously in both countries. There's decent capacity for us to also be able to share greenhouse data because greenhouse is a greenhouse kind of wherever you put it. However, when if the projects are not being prioritized at the same time, and there are often situations where there are differences in the amount and location of the data required for where the field trials are conducted. So it's not uncommon to be in a situation where Canada got some registration years ago. Now it's being prioritized in the US, but there's no real way for us to be able to use that data because there aren't enough field trials. They're not in, relevant EPA growing regions in the US. So outside of greenhouse trials, and cases where these priorities are happening kind of at the same time, there's often limited. We're often limited in how much we can kind of work together with us in Canada. Though we do make an effort to try and coordinate whenever possible.
Like right now, we're considering a project that is being done in Canada at the same time. That seems like a wasted effort to me.
If it was already being started in Canada and hasn't been initiated here, odds are good that the field trials they're doing won't satisfy US data requirements. And that's kind of the trouble we run into. Sure, go.
So I'll just go ahead and add, when that does happen, what we can do is at the National Planning Research Planning meeting, we will be able to determine how many residue studies are necessary. And Canada folks, we have our colleagues there as well. And then if we end up utilizing some of their studies that are ongoing or will be ongoing, then that actually frees up some space in the residue plan during that year, and we might be able to bring in a potential B. So that's part of the reason why our lists are so long, is so that we have a lot of backups in case we need to backfill with anything that's still a priority, just wasn't a huge priority for that year. So does that help? So we try.
Thank you.
If I could just add as well, being involved with IR4 over the last decade, the relationship with Canada, specifically with safflower projects, has been extremely beneficial. We've collaborated on multiple projects and synergized and had significant savings to IR4 as well. So it's a good thing. It's exactly what you said. It's a collaboration, and it's worked out.
I guess I don't want to speak for Canada. Well, Christine is here anyways, but, wait a minute. It has been beneficial for both countries to do these projects simultaneously. And they oftentimes at their workshops, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but they reserve some flexibility to come into the results of this meeting and decide to add on and become part of these projects to help this going. But they did have a significant reduction amount of projects they do in the residue area a few years back. They try to match up their capacity to do sample analysis with their capacity to do field trials. So they cut back the number of studies they do every year, similar to what we're facing. But there is good collaboration, and we spend a lot of time together with each other during the summers, going to all these company meetings to make sure that we try to be as aligned as possible.
Quick question. When will the updated sheets be available online?
This evening, yeah.
For the weed signs?
Yeah, I'll give them to Hannah before I get up in the air, and then she should be able to. Yeah, I'll provide those before I stand up from this desk. So Hannah should be able to post those soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, and for those who are not familiar with the process, we'll be posting this spreadsheet on the website under the Food Use Workshop event tab. Under the stakeholder resources, that's where you'll find the renewed spreadsheet, including the nomination resulting from today. Okay, any other final questions or comments? Looks like we are good. Well, thank you, everyone. We covered a lot of ground, and congratulations again.